Hello and good morning. It's Thursday and Group C is about to start. We have two sessions for you today. It is 9:30 here in the UK and we're going to start Group C right about now. Group B will start tonight at 10 p.m. but we have three new players coming into Group C. So let's go and see two of them as we start match one. It's going to be Adrian Gray of East Sussex in the United Kingdom against Dave Parletti. Two players who have previous online darts live league experience from 2021. It'll be very interesting to see who gets the good start today, as all six players in this group start on 0 points. The likes of Paul Holloway, who substituted for Robert Owen yesterday. He gets a fresh slate alongside the two Scots, Darren Beveridge and Ritchie. So 2 days of action, 10 games in total for these Group C players. And the top two from this group will progress to Saturday night's finals, which will be live in the United Kingdom on Sporty Stuff TV, but is also available via the Online Darts YouTube channel. A fascinating day ahead. And tonight we will see the likes of Fallon Sherrick, Lee Cox and Paul Hogan joining Mike Warburton and Jamie Clark. It will be the top three from that group.
Okay, first leg
as to who gets the first 2 points from the first game today. Let's get into this best of 7 match. Of course, it is best of 7 legs throughout. And since we last saw Adrian Gray,
100.
The hair is very much the same. The physique is very much the same, but the flights are different.
60.
He's using a very sharp-looking flight with a very definitive top edge to them, and they're flying just a little bit faster. Time will tell
45.
as to whether that's a good change, but throughout his experience playing Online Darts Live League, Adrian has played 24 matches.
177.
We get our first big 3 treble visit from Dave Parletti in his second visit of the day. That will boost a little bit of early confidence. But Adrian's won 14 of his 24 matches for a win percentage of 58.33. And of everybody playing today, based on previous matches played,
60.
he is the most likely to win because he has the biggest win percentage. So does that give you an indication of him potentially getting through this group? Time will tell. On the flip side, Dave Parletti has played 35 matches, won 10 of them for the lowest win percentage of anybody in this group starting today. But curiously,
Adrian,
their running average is very similar. There is only 0.08 between them.
45.
Just a little bit erratic.
Dave, you require 100.
That approach shot. And Dave has got a very good chance of breaking the throw here. Nice approach. If you're not going to get the 144,
Adrian, you
leave
require
the double.
111.
And he forces AG into a bit of a corner here. .92 left. Double 16.
79.
Almost a very good find. But
Dave,
this should be
16.
an early break of throw. That is very, very awkward. He's going to have to go through the posts. He wants the angle. He's almost touching the wall. Oh, what a shot from Parletti.
Dave Parletti.
We do say that getting an early win instills confidence, but a dart like that, a worldy dart from Parletti, that will make him feel superhuman.
Second leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
If he'd have gone further right, his shoulder would have been touching the wall. He must have been
140.
maybe 2 or 3 inches away from it. And he threw that dart from almost 8 and a bit feet. Nice answer there from Adrian Gray, who was on the end of a 177 from Parletti in leg 1.
140.
But I think Dave would admit that since lockdown began, we haven't seen the best of him. He played a bit of live league last year from his own home, where he really struggled with temperature in the rooms he played in.
96.
I think a lot of us did, because it was a particularly hot summer last year. But this is a very different setting.
80.
Even with that fall out of the board, he is first to a finish. Playing very, very good stuff here is Dave, from the great county of Surrey, which has had some fantastic players over the years, namely the likes of Richie Gardner,
105.
Dave Askew, and of course Jason Askew, who has played this year in the Online Darts Live League.
$53.
Not able to find a big trouble there, and Adrian Gray has got a very realistic chance of breaking back here. Fantastic first start. Now he can use that. Oh, he pulls it big style.
Dave, you require 88.
It wasn't straight. He couldn't use the guide he was given by Dart 2. Double 14 for Dave.
74.
He wires double 7 for a 2-0 lead.
Adrian,
So
you
Adrian,
require 30.
back for double 15. He'll go straight for this, because that is a beautiful guide. And again, it's the slight pull to the left
22.
that robs him of another shot for the leg.
Dave, you require 14.
Double 4.
Game
He backed himself on the split option, and it proved to be the right thing to do. Double 7 is a very tricky thing, and you saw from a previous visit with Adrian Gray that odd number doubles can bite you. So he decided to split. Good choice, Dave.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
The running average for these players coming into this match were 84.4 and 84.5.
60.
Adrian with the slightly higher running average. Adrian has upped that to 87.5, but Dave has almost maintained
38.
his 84 standard.
$60.
The fact that he has maintained that standard
95.
makes it even more puzzling that he's 2-0 up, but that's darts. We've seen some very, very interesting performances this week, where the stats have lied to us.
100.
What will we get today? These are 2 of the 3 new players. The other one is Conan Whitehead. He will play in match 2
80.
against Darren Beveridge, as Dave gets his second bad collision with the board in this match so far.
$66.
I think with these new flights, which have a bit more surface area on them for Adrian, his darts are going in slightly more upright.
60.
Whether that is something that is good for him or not, we will have more information about that over the coming games that he plays. It is Parletti who has the longest shift today. He plays in match 1 and in match 15, and then 3 games in between. He will finish his campaign against Paul Holloway at around about 1:45 this afternoon British time.
58. Adrian, you require 156.
There's just been a little bit of a lull in this game in leg 3. They all watched Niall Cullerton of Ireland come through Group A with a really, really good battle with Jamie Clark of Scotland, and eventually going through on leg difference. So he's into the finals on Saturday.
60.
2 more from this group will join
Adrian,
him.
You require 112.
Stay on the same bed. Gets it. Double 16.
80.
And again, down in that corner, I think he's just trying to understand how his darts are behaving. Single 18 possibly. Oh, double 18.
92.
I don't mind that route whatsoever. When you've got one shot, leave a double
Adrian,
you're more comfortable
32.
with. And obviously Parletti likes double 18, so watch out for that today.
Game on the
Adrian likes
leg.
double 16
Adrian
a little
Gray.
bit more now. It's a 22 dart leg, but it's his first leg of the day, and he can use that as a foundation to potentially improve from here. But Parletti still has a 2-1 lead.
Fourth leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
As for their best efforts coming into this return to
84.
the Online Darts Live League, Gray with a personal best average this year of 98.52, very respectable. Parletti with a personal best of 100.2, so slightly better.
81.
But on the flip side, Adrian's got the better high finish of 167. Dave's best is a 160.
60.
Consequently, the Adrian Gray 167 is the highest finish of any player in this field.
$85.
And looking at the overall average of all darts thrown this year in this tournament,
140.
the overall average is 84.82, which means that these two players are right around average. That's not a derogatory term. That's saying whatever
45.
everybody does, they are right in the middle. And judging by the running averages of some other players that you will see today,
97.
maybe Conan, Whitehead and Darren Beveridge would be marginal favourites over these two. I'm sure it won't be that cut and dry. And do remember, if you are having a little bit of a gamble today
100.
on some of the markets
Maybe require
available with these matches,
120.
please gamble responsibly. Over 18s only, and begambleaware.org for more information.
60.
Parletti halves his score, and he is now a single and a double away from a 3-1 lead.
$92.
That's a nice
Maybe
last dart.
requires-
It gets him under 100 into 2-dart range, where Parletti already is, but it's a 3-darter he's looking for.
Game show on the fourth
Nice
leg.
fix there
Dave
from
Parletti.
Dave Parletti. He didn't flinch when he hit that one. He could have easily said to himself, that's a disappointment, stood back, thought about it. No hesitation, 19 in tops for a
This leg,
3-1
it's
lead.
Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Dave looks like he's in a very relaxed place. Always a very amiable character when he's around.
100.
Somewhat philosophical as well. When defeat comes his way, he's always looking for answers.
140.
He is someone who has had quite a bit of tournament success. Winner of 6 BDO titles in his time. That's quite a haul.
57.
And considering Adrian's experience, it's somewhat surprising to see that he hasn't won a ranked event within the PDC or BDO system. He has had huge highlights though. And he is a multi-skilled dart player.
140.
Steel tip, soft tip, 501, 701, cricket, all sorts of different games at soft tip. He is a mind full of knowledge. And I always like to mention that it was Adrian Gray that taught me how to play cricket the proper way before I represented Team UK at the Soft Tip World Cup 3 years ago with him, Fallon Sherrick and Andy Jenkins.
100.
If it wasn't for his tutelage, there's no way I would have been able to compete and help us get to the semi-finals. If you want to learn how to play cricket, ask Adrian.
140.
He knows how to play it just
Adrian,
as good as anybody.
104.
Stay on the same bed. Only just misses out on the treble.
Yes.
He's now got 68 left. But he's going to have to dodge
56.
possibly one match start,
David
maybe
requires
2.
76.
It's going to be 2.
60.
And he's got every right to feel disappointed.
Adrian,
That
you
third
require
dart just
48.
spun left off the barrel. To save the match. Needs to get a lot closer than that.
16.
Not to be. And Parletti comes back for double 8.
Dave, you
For
require
a
16.
very healthy first game win.
Game
Double 4 is
shut
good
down
to
the
him.
match.
And he gets a break of throw in the last leg of the match. It's not just 2 points for Dave Parletti there, but a really nice cushion as well of +3 because leg difference may come into it. You see that he had the better average, he had the more chances at the doubles, and he was able to convert them at a better rate than Adrian. So much for him to think about before he returns. But Conan Whitehead will come into game number 2. He's taken on Darren Beveridge, who has had 3 days of experience, and he's looking for a better day than Tuesday or Wednesday. Game number 2 incoming now at the Online Darts Live League for Group C. And it's time to welcome an axe-wielding, or even dart-wielding, Conan the Barbarian, Conan Whitehead. Here he comes. He's taking on Darren Beveridge of Scotland in our second match of the day. I'm very glad he's not wielding an axe. He's intimidating enough. But he's wearing a new dart shirt today, and I like it. It's very him. He does like a bit of black and white. Look at the dart flights. They tend to have a little bit of white on one side and black on the other. But this guy from Raynham is very, very good when he's on form. Having said that, so is Darren Beveridge. Monday, it was a good day. 10 points from 10.
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
But since then, Darren has struggled a little bit. He got 4 points yesterday and 2 on Tuesday. And he will feel somewhat puzzled that he is here today. He found himself a good 6 points adrift
60.
of the two at the top of Group A in Jamie Clark and Niall Cullerton. But the kind of form he is looking for
100
is what he did more of against Conan the last time they played. They've only played once here at the Online Darts Live
60.
League, and that was back in week 5. It was won by Conan, but Darren averaged 98.73 in that match. But overall,
100.
it was an excellent game. The man that everybody calls Co averaged 96.32 with a 180 and 123 checkout in there, and 80% on his doubles. That was proof that
83.
Conan Whitehead can be very, very dangerous. And he could be the danger man in this group. With a little bit of freshness.
61.
And
Conan,
you've done a lot of practicing over the last few weeks in preparation for this. He could be very useful. Single 14 to leave yourself on tops after 5 visits. Or the single 18, he's gone the Parletti route. Looks like double 18 is going to get a lot of leaves today. But the more I look at
59.
that shirt, the more I want one.
Conan, you require 36.
Double 18. Good guide for double 9. Oh,
Game
look at
shot
that.
First leg. Conan
Not so
Whitehead.
much a bedfellow, but those two were hand in hand. One was one side of the fence and the other one was on the right side of the fence. There it is. Conan 1-0 up and looking very impressive.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Hopefully Darren is not thinking, oh,
60.
here we go again. But the thing about playing 3 consecutive days leading into Thursday is that you are going to be very well practiced.
80.
You have to try and expose the potential ring rust or somewhat greenhorn nature of someone coming in for the first
60.
day of their week. It seems to me like Conan is very, very well prepared for this. He's been very straight so far.
58.
And he really does give those darts a heave. The darts of Beverage, they tend to float towards the board.
140.
But when Darren gets it right, he gets it better than anyone in this group. He has the best
95.
personal best average here at this tournament. He has the best running average of 87.87. But if you think about his closest
100.
challengers, Conan is one of them. He has got the next best running average at 86.51. And a very respectable win percentage of
138.
exactly 50%.
Darren, you require 141.
12 games won, 12 games lost. Treble 19, double 12. This will make him feel good.
117. Conan, you require 130.
You just get the feeling that Darren needed something like that to spark his day into action. Bullseye for Conan.
105.
This is a decent game.
Darren, you require 24.
May it continue. Double 6.
Game shot on the second leg.
And that may
Darren
only
Beveridge.
be a 17 dart leg, but that is an improvement on what we've seen from him overall over the last couple of days. If he can stay in that sort of range, he is going to cause problems for his opponents. It's 1-1.
It's Conan to throw first. Game on.
There are a lot of dart shirts out there, and I know I'm talking about dart shirts a lot at the start of today, but
180.
I like to, and I've got a microphone and you don't. But these two are very good. They're very them,
100.
if that makes sense. Ice Cold Beverage is a nickname that rolls off the tongue. Conan the Barbarian Whitehead rolls off the tongue brilliantly. So when you've got those
55.
brilliant nicknames, you've got to get the marketing right. You've got to get the shirt right. Well, they've both done that brilliantly. So what we've got here is a
84.
cross-border rivalry potentially between two Challenge Tour type players right now and online Darts Live League players. This could be a genuine rivalry that could spark brilliant matches.
99.
Well, they'll play today and they will play tomorrow as well. So we'll see if there's any truth in that.
140.
But the good thing about Beverage so far is he's looking very focused. I was just wondering if he was going to stay on the 60 there and try and set it up.
139.
But in turn, setting up double 14 is just about enough.
80.
To retake the
Only
lead
require 28.
and to deny Beverage's shot at 97.
Game shot on the third leg.
Very good.
Conan
Graduation
Whitehead.
to a better leg from Conan here. 14 darts and a 2-1 lead. Beverage playing improved darts in this game, but against the fresh-faced Conan, it isn't enough quite yet.
Fourth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $60.
Match number 3 will see the return of Paul Holloway. And Greg Ritchie will come into match number 3 as well.
140.
Will we see a different Greg Ritchie today? Disappointed to only get 4 points from Group A.
140.
He will need a lot more than 4 points to get out of this group. I think to get out of this group, you may need 14
77.
to win 7 of your 10 allotted games. That might be enough.
100.
The one thing Darren is doing today that he hasn't been doing the last couple of days is staying straight, staying consistent.
140.
This leg typifies that. Ton, ton, ton. Or the equivalent of sticking the odd 140.
85.
That's all right,
And you require 100.
providing Conan doesn't hit this. Another one of those. That is 72, which leaves, you guessed it, 72.
73.
71.
Darren, you require 116.
Single 16. And tops.
96.
And now Conan's wishing he hadn't hit that single
Darren, you
one.
requires 71.
Because he may only get one shot at a double. He's going to get 2, though. Great first start.
Game shot
And
on
a
the
brilliant
fourth leg.
second as well.
Conan Whitehead.
So the guys coming in from the southeast of England, fresh-faced today, They're looking very good, but it's fair to say that Conan Whitehead looks the best of the lot of them. 3-1 up now.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. 80.
Based on this early display, you may have to have Conan Whitehead as the favourite for this group. Currently averaging 97.3.
100.
Darren averaging a very respectable 86, but he's being closed out.
100.
This is the best start I've seen from Conan in this kind of format for quite a while.
41.
Last year, when on the PDC Tour, he played a bit of home tour darts. Took him a while to get used to that. He's played a bit of live league this year.
43.
Is he going to make his move this week to try and get to Champions Week in week 5? We already have 6 players waiting for week 5. We will get 3 more players into week 5 by the end of Saturday night. And then 3 more will qualify next week. And then when I retake the chair from Chris Mason at the start of week 5, we will crown a first
98.
champion, and that champion will receive £5,000. As far as the amateur game is concerned, right now in darts, that's a lot of money.
60.
It could set someone up for their entire end of 2021 and maybe their Q School entry fee for 2022.
85.
It might give them the ability to be independent. It might not need sponsors, anything like that.
100.
But Darren has always been a
Only
dart
required
or 2
95.
behind Conan in this match. I think this is a fair result so far. He's got 76 left. He shouldn't really go double-double here. And he hasn't.
79.
That was not intentional, but it's worked out pretty well.
Darren, you require 140.
Another. Oh, what a shot this would be. Oh, take a bow, Darren.
Beveridge.
What a way to stay in the match. That's typical Gary Anderson type behaviour. Reminiscent of the Champions League when that 140 was taken by him against MVG. Still in the match at 3-2 down.
Sixth flag, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
Conan's at the back of the room thinking, that's a bit naughty.
140.
But that's darts. If Beverage goes on to win this match from 3-1 down in that position, what is that going to do for his
140.
confidence in this group? He is definitely playing better today. It's really good to see.
140.
Because I really rate this guy. I think he's a fabulous player. And judging by that previous meeting in week 5,
60.
you have to say that maybe these two just like to duel. Here he comes. He's going to take us to a last leg decider.
180.
I did not envisage us going to leg 7. Possibly 70 seconds ago.
Darren, you require 41.
For an 11 darter. 88.
33.
That was just a bit swift. Just seemed to me like that visit was a tiny bit quicker.
100. Darren, you require
Darren knows
8.
he can't leave Conan at 131.
Game
And he
shown
doesn't.
sixth flag.
Takes us
Darren
all the way.
Beveridge.
A very, very enjoyable game of darts is about to conclude in a 7th leg. But as to who is going to win this one, throw a couple of balls in the air and see which one falls first, because this has been
Seventh
so
and final
even.
leg, it's Conan to throw first.
It's had definitive
Game on.
points in this game, of course. Couple of legs shared, then a couple of legs won by Conan.
60.
He puts himself in position to win the match. Darren with that heroic 140 out. But the last couple of legs from Darren Beveridge, just proof of how good he is. Are we going to have a really edgy last leg?
$42.
This game serves up all sorts of different scenarios. It's all well and good winning legs, but winning matches is a different skill. This is the leg that is the most difficult to win. Famously, a few years ago, Joe Cullen said, when beating Daryl Gurney in a last leg decider for a Players' Championship win, he said he learned more about himself in that last leg decider than any other match he'd ever played.
96. $56. $44.
Conan has not played his best leg, but it seems like things are going his way. He's got the darts.
140.
He's been let off the hook somewhat in the first 4 visits of the match. 4 visits of the leg, not the match. But when he finds
60.
that 140, it is to set up 106, and he has 6 darts for it now. He thought he was going to win 4-1. Now he'll just take the win. Finally gets a match dart.
74.
He genuinely thought he was going to get a poke at that 8-8 in leg 5. He's had to wait all that time
60
to finally get a match shot.
32.
16. It's in there. A very good shot in the end. And in the context of the match, to hit that 8-8 when his opponent is on a 2 treble 20 out, he did the right thing in getting rid of it now and not giving Darren Beveridge a chance. The 89 average for Conan Whitehead and the 83 for Beveridge don't tell the tale of that game. It was fabulous, in my opinion, and that 140 checkout was definitely a highlight. Paul Holloway will come back to the Oki for match number 3, and he's up against Greg Ritchie in their first match of Thursday. Players will have played one match after this one here, as we see Paul Holloway and Greg Ritchie for the very first time on Thursday, and they're looking for the same start as Parletti and Whitehead. Looking to get 2 points from the first one, and it's a change of shirt today from Paul Holloway. That's a very striking number. Same as usual for Greg. Tartan sleeves, tartan collar, and looking to paint his way to plenty points today. But in order to do that, he's going to have to find some early confidence, I feel. Holloway yesterday picked up 4 points. 2 wins from 5 matches. And that equaled his best effort from a live league day. If he does the same today, he will be in contention for the top two going into tomorrow.
Game on.
But in order to get his way into the finals, you get the feeling that Paul is going to have his best 2 days.
100.
I mentioned in the first match of today that you will probably need 14 points, possibly 12, to get through this group.
60.
And of course, maybe a better leg difference. So if Paul is representative of his best efforts so far over the next 2 days, he'll get 8. I don't think 8's going to be enough. So an improvement will have to be found. He has a running average
100
over his 15 games played of 77.92. A win percentage of 33%.
60.
That is the 5th best of the 6 players playing today, but the one below him, Dave Parletti's already got a win today.
85.
He did have that marvellous 152 checkout yesterday. And what was really good to see from Paul on Wednesday when he was brought in as a substitute for Robert Owen, who could not take part at the end of Group A, which is
139.
very sad to see. He had to go home with his family. But it was the spirit of Holloway yesterday. He was genuinely up for it.
46.
He was trying to get some confidence from yesterday, and I think he'll bring that into today. He started very well. Treble 14 or bull. Gets the bull for double 16.
70.
And he will return.
$44.
Doesn't leave a finish, and Holloway's got plenty
32.
of time on this one. Double 8 now.
Game shot on the
17
first
darts
leg.
is enough to
For
take
Holloway.
a first leg hold, and that is now a 5th consecutive leg against the wee man from Scotland, who has been struggling a bit this week. So Holloway is looking to potentially get a 6th straight leg here in leg 2.
First. Game on.
Yes, it's been a very difficult week for Greg. High hopes coming into the week. You just get the feeling that
43.
if a couple of results had gone his way on Monday, then maybe he would have bagged a lot more points.
120.
That was a violent collision with the other 2 flights. You can see he's throwing there a very bulbous, heavy dart and a very large flight, so the chance of collision is there.
58.
Greg started his campaign this week with a very good match. A 7-leg match against Darren Beveridge, where in the first 2 legs of that day
100.
for them, started with 160 checkout for Greg and a 141 checkout for Darren. I think if Greg had got the result there and potentially
96.
got one against his friend Jamie Clark in match 4, then I think we'd be looking at a very, very different Greg right now. But because he had to wait until match number 14 on
83.
Monday, his final match of the day against Robert Owen for his first points, I think that is stuck in his system a little bit.
58.
He's having to work a lot harder in his game, and it's not coming naturally this week. He looks like he needs something just to
41.
just pep his step up a little bit and make him smile. Something like another big checkout or a couple of consecutive legs
100.
that are a bit more him.
We require 157.
Holloway has got this game exactly where he wants it.
97.
That's a very, very decent leave. And it's
Greg, you
this kind of
require
finish that would give
146.
Greg some confidence. Might go south for this.
$56. Paul, you require 60.
No such success. And Holloway is on tops. He
20.
had a lot of those yesterday. He has got every right to scratch his head because
Greg, you
he
require
must have
90.
wired tops more than anybody yesterday. That leaves 81. I just get the feeling that that
38.
route, with the way he's played this week, may have been
Paul, you require
a bit
40.
too aggressive. Tops again.
Game shot
Double
the
10.
second leg.
In for a 2-0
Paul
lead. And there's
Holloway.
another fist pump from the spirited Paul Holloway of Essex. And I mentioned he'd wired tops a lot. Well, he's been hitting double 10 with a lot of regularity. So please watch out for that. 2-0 up.
Third leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
When you're in the position that Paul's in right now, where you've beaten Greg yesterday 4 legs to 0,
140.
and you've taken the first 2 here, there's only one thing on your mind. 4-0 again. Not only is that going to make Paul feel
140.
even better, but it's going to make Greg feel even worse. It
83.
was all good reading yesterday for Holloway. He got his biggest finish, a 152. He had his equal best day, getting 2 wins. He had his best
96.
average so far, 88.08. So from a form perspective, he improved yesterday. If he can maintain improvement,
65.
he might have a chance of making the top 2. But, of course, it's not just about today. There will be 5 more matches per player tomorrow as well.
85.
For Greg, this is the first day he's not played alongside his pal Jamie Clark because the 3 Scottish lads have been broken up.
83.
Jamie's playing tonight, and Greg and Darren, of course, playing today.
$45.
Well, that 5 with the last dart
We require
gives Holloway the
130.
lead. And the first crack at winning this leg.
Yes.
That leaves 95.
54. Greg, you require 135.
Bullseye is definitely the route here. Every time he's gone for the bullseye in 25 in this match so far, he's
76.
gone outside that segment.
Or we require 76.
And he'll be hoping that Holloway misses this. It's unlikely because he's got the 60.
68.
He does not get the double 4. And Greg, who loves tops
Greg, you
usually,
require 59.
is going to leave it. Just.
49.
And throughout this week,
Or you require 8.
there have been too many misses at doubles for Greg. He has given too many chances to his opponents.
Game shot.
And
the
Holloway
third
is
leg.
only 1
Paul
leg
Holloway.
away from doing the double over Greg Ritchie this week so far. They will have another match tomorrow, of course. But I suppose the question on everybody's lips right now, and Greg's, is, am I going to get a leg
Well, it's
from
Greg
this
to throw
guy?
First. Game on.
Well, Paul Holloway has not been top of a table at any point
43.
when he's played Online Darts Live League. Not 1 single second. But if he wins this leg, he will be top of the table at this early stage of Group C.
140.
Greg has the capability of coming back from 3-0 down. He has played a match this week where he was 3-0 down to Robert Owen.
81.
So he has great fighting qualities. But that's the dart that has been plaguing him this week. It's the dart that takes him out of rhythm.
42.
And he has to go searching around the board for big trebles. When he's got his first dart nice and high and in that 60, his scoring visits have been much improved.
100.
He's able to snag them together really, really well. That's better, but it's still not the optimum angle.
100.
His ideal first dart is in the 60, but to the left of the bed as we look at it, not the right. Pretty much there. But look at this. What a setup. Oh, and that's the dream of having very thick barrels. I think even the referee understood that that was very close to being a 180 bust.
140.
Better darts from Greg, but it may be too late.
Will you require 40?
It's been steady from Holloway. An average of around 82. Going to the right.
No score.
And he has more trouble on tops.
Greg, you require 118.
48 bull possibly because the bed is blocked. He's going to go for the 60, but he hasn't thought about plan B. 2 open beds. And he went next door. Sometimes when a bed is blocked, you have to think of another way to get it. On 118,
37.
with that first dart, the right play is treble 16 bull.
Will you require 40?
Double 10 has been his friend.
20.
It isn't this time. Is Greg getting very, very
Greg,
lucky
you
here?
require 81.
Double 12. That leaves
79.
double 1. But it is 2 darts missed
Will you require 20?
to save the match. Holloway has already had 5 darts for the match. Double 5.
No
And that
score.
busts it. Well, well, well.
Greg, you require 2.
Madhouse.
No score.
Can Holloway get it done this time? And actually, missing double 5 in the 20 now is a blessing because he goes back to double 10 instead of having 5. In she goes, and double 10 gives him an 8th consecutive leg against Greg Ritchie, who has done the double and will look for the triple tomorrow. Greg has got a lot to think about before his next match, and you think 74 average, yes, it was good enough this time, but he will still have to improve on that in this group. Dave Parletti, who got his first win of this group in match number 1 today, is up against Conan Whitehead. This one should deliver. I'm not going to lie, I've been looking forward to this game ever since I saw the schedule this morning. Parletti versus Whitehead. Two guys that know each other extremely well. And the fact that they both won their first games today means it could be very, very tasty. Lots of bants already between the two. Look at the smiles. How does that not make you feel good for a Thursday morning? Lots of Southern England representation in the room, with Surrey for Dave Parletti, Kent for Conan, and Essex from the ref. So this is a Southeastern England trifecta. Should be a really good game, considering some of the darts that Conan played in match 2 in winning 4-3 against Darren Beveridge. That was a very entertaining match. But Parletti, with a somewhat deceiving good performance against Adrian Gray in match 1. Yes, he only averaged 81.1, but at times he looked fairly good. And that little remark I gave at the end of that last match, going into this one, to see whether this one could deliver, that was a little bit of a pun, really, because Dave Parletti's a postman. It always reminds me of the fact that Sid Waddell talked about Raymer van Barneveld, another former postal worker, said he was so good at darts he could probably throw the letters through the letterbox. I wonder how good Dave would be at that.
53.
As far as title winners are concerned, Dave is in a league of his own. He's won 6 BDO titles.
100.
And as far as titles anywhere in the world, the next most decorated is Adrian Gray. Darren Beveridge has won
95.
a Challenge Tour event. Greg Ritchie and Paul Holloway and Conan Whitehead haven't really won anything of note, of ranking, of grandeur.
97.
They will have won locally, of course, and they have tournament experience. But what I like to say at this point is they haven't won their biggest title
140.
yet. They're still waiting for it. Might go bull here.
64.
Sensible. 25 leaves the 2 darter. Perfect first dart from Conan.
85.
Not only would he have been disappointed with that, if he'd have hit a single 20, he would have been disappointed because that first start was so good. Talking of disappointment, that's the one thing he can't hit on a 100 checkout. That and, of course, the big fat one above it.
20.
Dave, don't do that. That's not very sound.
128.
I think Conan, after seeing that dart missed at tops, will see this as a huge chance. Not just to potentially win the leg,
80.
but to see Dave a little frustrated.
Dave, you require 80.
Now who's a silly Billy, leaving 80 instead of 60? One dart at tops. Should have had 2.
60.
Should have had 2, Dave.
Conan, you require 48.
And if Conan pinches this, it will be because of that tactical play.
Game shown the
There you
first
have
leg.
it. A 17-dart
Whitehead.
break of throw, and purely, not just because Conan is very accurate in the southwest corner of the board, but because Dave Parletti went tops on an approach. He shouldn't have done that.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw
I think
first.
he realises he
Game on.
shouldn't have done it. And look at Conan, he's still smiling.
$83.
When an opponent does that to you and makes a tactical error and or an execution error, you have to think, okay,
60.
you make the mistake, I'll make you pay for it. And that's what Conan did.
$100.
I'm not going to sit here and say to you that every single player we have come through the doors here at the Online Darts Live League is incredibly watchable.
100.
The majority of them are. And I have my favourites. But what I can tell you is that these two, particularly when they play against each other, it's a match I really look forward to.
89.
Darts isn't just about watching the elite going 105 average each, and that's all well and good, but there are lots of other personalities within the game.
100.
And that's what we deliver for you. We give you a little glimpse of what else there is. And I can say at this point, without giving you any specifics, I've seen some of the talent that will be coming through the doors over the next few weeks. And as someone who gets very excited about who is coming up, I can tell you there are some groups that you will not want to miss.
100. Conan, you require 130.
We only tell you who's coming next on the Saturday beforehand. And as far as next week is concerned, on Saturday at around about 6:30 with Phil Bars, I will host the pre-show for the finals, and we will let you know who's in week number 4.
65.
Now, does Conan find himself in the southwest corner again? He's looking for the epicenter.
61.
Gets a bit of an aftershock, but doesn't find the middle. 88 for Parletti.
Game shot
As he
second
re-breaks. That is
Parletti.
a very good 17 darter. It was good enough for Conan in the first leg. So why is it not good enough for him? Well, he's put it right. It's now 1-1 and he's got the darts back.
Third leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
Oh, it's nice to see 2 players wearing white. It's a sign that it's summer.
$140.
I'm sure there are a lot of darting fans out there thinking, how dare you wear white? There's only one dart player that can wear white, and that's Steve Beaton.
93.
Well, other players can wear white and can look very nice wearing white because both of these guys look terrific today. But Steve looks best in white, doesn't he? Just makes it look better because of his tan.
58.
A tan that he has not been brushing up on in southern Spain or the Canary Islands this past 18 months. He's been utilising the sun from the Norfolk Broads.
55.
I think the weather in Conan's part of the world has been very nice over the last couple of weeks.
95.
Lives in a county renowned as the Garden of England. I can attest to that. I don't live too far away from him, maybe an hour away. It's an absolutely beautiful county, Kent.
100.
Full of history. Full of very famous people who are very good at throwing things and projecting arrows in a straight line. Nice 140 to give himself the easier of the outs that are left after 4 visits in this third leg. Another. Well, he didn't see enough room in the 60. And I don't mind that play whatsoever to go for the open bed.
124.
He's playing some decent stuff today as Parletti. That leaves 56. He might go 20 double 18 here. He's just making sure that he's got his numbers right. Because if he has one dart in hand, I think he'd rather go for double 18. That is the case. And what a really good plan it was.
Conan
3 breaks of throw in this match, and we're getting a bit of Guan in there as well. I don't mind that whatsoever. Give it some welly, our kid. 2-1 to Conan Whitehead now.
Fourth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
I really hope you're enjoying this as much as I am, because these 2 players are giving us a great game.
180. 180.
Oh, and Dave did the somewhat Brendan Dolan helicopter finger on Conan's behalf. And he did it before the third dot went in. That's when you know someone's game really well.
$100.
I'm sure there are a lot of people rooting for these two to
100.
come through this group to join Niall Cullerton in Saturday's finals. Only 2 of them from this group can go through, of course.
60.
Getting very frustrated with that very, very tightly packed 60. That's what the wires are for, Dave. And look at this.
140.
He was going to do it again. But for Conan, who is showing genuine darting strength today,
30.
I think it's very fair
Require
to
81.
assume that he may be the strongest player in this group based on what we've seen so far. He's scoring heavier than anybody. Double 18 again. Oh, good miss.
49.
If you're not going to hit the double 18 when your opponent's on 311, you're better off hitting the 4 than the 18.
$25.
And Conan is looking to put Dave to the
Currently
sword
required 32.
with a 13 darter.
Game shot on the
Very,
fourth leg.
very tidy.
Conan
It's not
Whitehead.
13, it's 14 in the end. But he is playing like someone who is very, very confident. He looks like someone who's put in plenty of work over the last couple of weeks in preparation for this. Very,
It's
very
Dave
strong
to
stuff
throw
at 3-1.
first. Game on.
Average well over 90. Good doubling. 3 from 6.
41.
He's going to take some stopping today.
$140.
Got to be honest, when you look at the experience of Conan, he's played a lot of UK Opens in the past. He's had a stint in PDC darts twice. Had a big stint in the BDO where he made
140.
Lakeside quarter-final. The fact that he hasn't won a ranked event, I think, is puzzling. I think that little knee bend from Parletti was as if to say, oh, go away, Conan. Stop hitting those maximums. But unfortunately, Dave, Conan has been too good. 2 maximums, 4 scores of over 140, 50% on his doubles, an average of nearly 95. This is very good.
93.
And Dave has not been able to live with Conan's very
50.
steady level. He's maintained around an
Currently
81
required
average
88.
from his first game, but Conan has jumped a level by a good 7 points. 72 left with an opponent not on a finish. Might go treble 12. I think that was the right time to go treble 12, because if you miss that, single 20 leaves a high double in double top. That was just good board management. I'd go 18s here.
83.
Pushes that one into the treble
Only
one, and that
require
could be
40.
that. Finished the last leg in 14, and he's done
Game
this
shot
one in
of the
13.
match.
Incredible
Conan
darts
Whitehead.
in the last 2 legs of that match. Whitehead doubles his tally to 4 points, and not just that, his leg difference has got a little bit better too, so he goes to the top of the table with 96.62. That is the best we have seen this week since Monday. So, strong stuff from Conan. Next one, it's Greg Ritchie, who's trying to find his first win since Tuesday, and he's up against Adrian Gray. After seeing the last match where both players had won their first game of the day, it is Conan Whitehead who doubles his points tally and goes to 4 and is the first person to get there. As far as the chasing pack is concerned, Adrian Gray and now Greg Ritchie will try to catch up a little bit as they're looking for their first 2 points for Thursday. We've just seen a King of the Ocky performance from Conan. Gets the win, the most 180s, and of course the highest finish. You see him at the top of the table there. 2 games won from 2, 4 points, and a very, very healthy start from Conan. But Adrian Gray and Greg Ritchie at the bottom there, you see, after losses of 4-1 and 4-0, respectively, in match 1 for them. They have to rebound pretty quickly against each other here. Paul Holloway will take on Darren Beveridge in match number 6. And that follows this one.
Game on.
Is this the chance for Greg to finally get 2 points? Didn't win a game yesterday. And didn't get much luck in that first visit. But that is something that does happen with Greg's grouping.
59.
Because his darts go in at a slightly left favouring angle. And what I mean by that is where the point is in the board, the dart flight is to the left of it.
28.
So it flies in a little bit from left to right. If it collides with the first dart, it might bounce out.
58.
It has been a very, very tricky week. That's a much better first start from Greg. He can really compact them with that
140.
He needs more of that. It has been a long time
96.
between drinks, as they say in sport, for Greg. The last game he won was against Robert Owen on Tuesday in match 2. So it's
60.
been over 48 hours since his last win. He is now on a losing streak of 10 games.
100.
The biggest losing streak we have seen from any player is Jamie Lewis. He lost 14 in a row when he had a bad spell in phase 1.
134.
That's not a record that Greg wants to take.
$100. Greg, you require 59.
Double top, his favoured double
Game
on the
shot
board.
the first
And this
there.
is a really
Greg
good start.
Ritchie.
Yes, it's only a 17 darter, and that's where these players should be pretty much all of the time. But when your confidence is on the floor, that is a really solid leg. 1-0 to Greg Ritchie.
Second leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
I've been asked on many, many occasions, when you lose your confidence, how do you get it back?
81.
It's the golden question in sport. When you're struggling, it's very hard to get form and confidence back. You can't expect
134.
to get it quickly. You just can't get it back just like that. It doesn't happen that way. So just to give you an illustration as to how I think confidence works.
140.
It's like a house of cards. Confidence can be lost just like that. Something could happen in a game, a really important match, and you could have something
140.
happen that really makes you question something. Whether it's technical, mental, something in your approach. But as far as building confidence up,
41.
you can only do it one piece at a time. It's like rebuilding that house of cards. You take it slowly, patiently, and you can get yourself back to where you
77.
were before. what Greg is doing here in this match so far is building one block at a time and then placing a card on two little triangles
85.
and somewhat
Correct,
tentatively
you require 150.
building a foundation for more confidence in the future. He's played the better of the two so far.
44. Adrian, you require 154.
He's going to go north for the 154.
$54. Correct, you require 106.
Lots of options for this. 10 or a 6 maybe. 6 for tops.
86.
And that was very close to 2-0.
Adrian, you require 100.
Adrian is dicing with this game right now. He has not played his best darts today so far. He's still trying to establish some rhythm. But that will help. Tops. Tens is good. And you talk about building confidence. To take at 100, whether it's 2 or 3, but with 3 really well thrown darts, that will make Adrian Gray feel so much better. This one is 1-1.
Third leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on. $39.
I still feel that with these different flights, Adrian's darts are going in slightly more upright. Whether that's a case of the flight hanging a little bit more in the air, or whether
96.
It's a weight change in the barrel as well, they just seem to be diving a little bit nose first into the board. Anybody who's watched Adrian over the last 15 years will have seen his dart a lot flatter than this. But maybe that's the perfect visit he's been searching for. He's trying to get that more upright angle, but still trying to overstack them.
121.
That's always been his way. I was talking a little bit earlier in the match about records that you wouldn't want to be part of.
60.
Of course, Greg on that 10-match losing streak. Still got quite a way to go if he wants to. Well, he doesn't want to. If he's going to break
96.
that record of Jamie Lewis.
Adrian, you
But
require
one
161.
record that Adrian has is the longest match this year with Scott Marsh. It was 26 minutes and 35 seconds.
$85.
That's not bad.
Greg, you require 149.
That doesn't help the cause. And from
89.
a nice position of 1-0 after a
Adrian, you
17
require
dart start,
76.
he is staring at 2-1 down in the face. But that is not ideal. That's a great recovery.
60.
That was almost the classic recovery on the 76.
Greg, you require
Now, if Greg
60.
is going to get this single, he'd much rather it's left of centre. That's okay. He can use that dart to bump it in off the flight. For a second, he thought it was good.
Game
That
shot
one
on the
is.
third leg. Greg Ritchie.
18 darter is good enough to take the 2-1 lead. He had to dodge a shot at double 16 from Adrian. But in order to build up that confidence that he's trying to do in this match, you are going to have to get a little bit fortunate sometimes.
Fourth leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
Now, in relation to the slowest game I mentioned, which involved Adrian against Scott Marsh, the quickest game that we've had was 7 minutes and 7 seconds
85.
between Scott Baker and Wayne Warren. Shock horror, the quickest game involving Scott Baker, one of the quickest players in the world.
100.
far as other
58.
players who have been on long losing streaks, I mentioned Greg was on 10. Well, if he loses this match to Adrian, he will join Barry Bates and Corinne Hammond, who are in the silver medal position of the 11-game losing streak. I think the most
60.
important thing about this game for Greg is that if he can win, he'll very much think he can get through this group. By losing your first game and winning your second,
100.
you're thinking, okay, we've got to start now. We're not repeating what we did the last couple of days. Get the win here and then take on Dave Parletti in Game 7. And if you can win
60.
2 of your first 3, you're very much in it. Should go downstairs now.
94.
Sensible. On the flip side of most consecutive losses, we should look
58.
at the most consecutive wins.
That
That is held by Kevin Burness. He got 13 straight wins. An absolutely brilliant effort. And funnily enough, in week 1 when he got that, he didn't win the finals.
62.
He didn't even get through. Just goes to show how tough the competition was. Adrian is poising himself for a 140 here. Nice and high. Very, very experienced 140 that.
Greg, you require 88.
This is the moment to get yourself that little bit of breathing space. Double 14. This is a better day for Greg Ritchie.
Greg Ritchie.
As soon as his opponent hits that 140, he's thinking, right, this is the biggest shot of my day so far. He takes it in 2, and he is building that confidence very, very well.
Fifth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
Coming into
140.
today's play, Greg's running average for the week was 75.5. That's well down on what he had done previously. His running average had
97.
actually decreased to around 84 for the 56 matches he has played in 2021 here. But this is a marked improvement.
60.
A shade over 91 before that visit. And he needs a game like this. He looks in the background to me like someone who is a bit more urgent.
41.
Now he can't wait to grace the Oki, whereas in previous matches, he was almost dreading it.
43.
As far as Adrian's concerned, he's not played poorly in this match. He's averaging 83. But he's had a lot of darts that have not found the treble. He's not getting those 140s. He's only had 2 in the match so far.
100.
1 maximum. Greg's just more likely.
140.
Especially in this 5th leg as he takes the lead. Uses it well. Got to go up now.
96.
Couldn't stay on 19s. A single 19 would have left a bogey
Greg, you
number.
require 118.
But it's Greg who has 118 for the match.
58.
And Adrian has hit a 167
Adrian,
previously
you require 167.
this year on this board. He's not going to get a second. But it could be
60.
a second 60 checkout
Greg, you
for
require
Greg
60.
for 2 points. To put Adrian Gray at the bottom of the table.
40.
2 match darts missed.
Adrian, you require 107.
He hasn't had a great deal of match darts in the last couple of days. He might not get another. Double 16.
75.
Just on the wrong side of the wire. And Greg gets 3
You
more.
require 20.
Just wait for the sigh of relief if this goes.
Game
In she
shot on the
goes.
match.
And he hasn't
Ritchie.
shown any signs of relief, but it's a 4-1 victory for him. And that winning, or that losing streak of Greg of 10 matches, it is over. It's a really good performance. 86.69, as you can see. Very useful on the checkouts. And that is a confidence builder for him. Adrian will be searching for that confidence builder in his next match. But the next match for us, it is Darren Beveridge who's looking for revenge because he lost to Paul Holloway yesterday, 4-2. Will Holloway win again? We have completed 1/3 of our matches already today. It's been very, very entertaining. We've seen some people responding really well to losing streaks in Greg Ritchie. We've seen people struggle and people succeed. What will happen next with Darren Beveridge and Paul Holloway? Their second meeting in a matter of 24 hours. And as you can see, the front runner, after 2 games played so far, is Conan Whitehead. He could have company on 4 points after 2 games played for everybody, but only if Holloway finds a second victory against Beverage. after getting a 4-2 win against him yesterday. At the bottom, you can see Beverage is on 0 points, but he's only played 1 game. And no matter what happens to him here, he will not be on bottom position. Adrian Gray does have to find some form in his coming games. We won't see him until match 9, where he will play Beverage.
First leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on.
But Darren looked a little cheesed off yesterday when losing 4-2 to Holloway.
42.
He played an improved game in match 4 of Wednesday's play, and it wasn't good enough. He averaged 86.68 with 40% on his doubles, and more often than not, that'll get it done in this kind of company. But for Paul Holloway, it was his best
96.
performance to date. An average of 88.08, 80% on doubles, lots of 8s there, and a high checkout of 102.
180.
And he is someone, after getting an early victory today against Greg Ritchie by 4-0 again,
59.
he's starting to show a little bit of exuberance on the dartboard. He's starting to show what he can actually do.
60.
And I think he's starting to speed up ever so slightly. That's always a sign that you're playing well.
58.
Now, of all of the players in this group, with all due respect to Paul, of course, he has not shown the same level as the others. But he is starting to improve at a faster rate than anybody else.
97.
He's the only person who has not registered an average of over 90 yet. Maybe that isn't too far away.
140.
And he started this match
All you require is
with
64.
intention. Double 8 will give him a first leg break of throw.
56.
That's wired. He can't believe it's not in.
Darren, you require 106.
And Beveridge gives it the old squint there. The old Vanderpass squint.
58. All you require
Not
8.
enough to take that first leg on his own throw. So Holloway comes back for double 4.
Game shot on the
And
first
takes it.
leg. Paul Holloway.
Not too far away from the previous effort, but this time it's on the other side of the wire, and he's got a break of throw to start this match off. Beveridge obviously doesn't like playing this guy. He doesn't win too many legs against
Second
him.
leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
When
81.
Paul was last here, he played 10 matches throughout the course of 2 different days, a Thursday and a Friday. He won 3 games. But in those 3
60.
games, we didn't see the best of him. They were somewhat scrappy matches. On his return here, he has played better.
96.
Yes, his running average yesterday was only 78.95, but that's better than what he did before.
95.
That highlight yesterday of the 152 checkout, that was a very good finish. And
100.
the worrying thing for his opponents is that in his head right now, he is playing well. Doesn't matter about his level. It's the confidence he is starting to exude.
140.
That's going to be a troublesome thing for the people he's playing against.
100.
Beveridge again needing a big shot just to get on a finish when his opponent is already
95.
there. A
All you
sign that
require,
Holloway is always a dart
123.
ahead. A worrying statement for the Scot. Great first dart. Bullseye.
99.
A very, very fine try.
Darren, you require 111.
Needs the treble 17. And he is not getting to the double. Holloway
51.
is. In a nutshell,
Or you require 25.
that's not a good combination to win matches. Double 8.
Game
And
shot
that is
the
in there.
second
He's
leg.
2-0 up against
Holloway.
Beverage. And a lot of people might have thought yesterday that Beverage was a huge favourite to beat Holloway. But look at what happened yesterday. Look what's happening today. And Holloway seems to like playing against
It's
Darren.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
I said that maybe his first 90-plus average wasn't too far away. Well, he's averaging 91.09 so far.
71.
And he's got an opponent who is increasingly frustrated with the fact that he hasn't had a shot at double yet and a dart on the floor now.
$81.
His bad visits are turning into 81s
100.
instead of 45s.
$100.
He's almost reminding me of something that I was told about when I was growing up. My old darts captain, Terry Allen,
100.
fantastic captain, always used to say to me, beware of the players that always hit one treble. They're very hard to beat. To this day, that is still very applicable,
41.
even with the raised standard over the last few years. Paul Holloway is starting to do that today. He's always picking off a treble 19 or one treble 20.
85.
My old captain Terry Allen, of course, a resident of Bedlington, that darting hotbed in Northumberland, home to Callan Ridds and Chris
123.
Dobie.
Darren, you require 145.
Holloway gets 2 trebles there, but this time it's Beverage who gets to the finish first.
129.
But if he doesn't get a shot at a double in this leg, Darren will think he might be
156.
cursed. He might not. He is going to get a shot at a double.
100.
And it's now his responsibility to
Darren,
take
you
it.
requires 16. Game
In
shot
she
the
goes.
third leg.
And Darren Beveridge, who is 100% on his doubles because that was his first shot at one. He is 2-1 down. He knows how it feels to be behind against Holloway, and now he's got to find a way back. Still plenty of legs to go.
Paul to throw first. Game on.
The Beverage statistics begin to improve. 85 average now.
83.
That has climbed by about 4 points from the last leg. But Darren will understand that after losing his first game today against Conan Whitehead, who was very, very good, that this somewhat truncated group, where it's not 15 games
100.
per player, it's only 10, every loss is magnified. And therefore every win is also magnified. So you've got to have urgency in every situation.
180.
And this is better from Beverage. A fourth leg that has him hitting 5 treble 20s from 6 darts.
81.
He's making his move. And when he starts hitting 2 trebles, watch out.
83.
I had to put the curse on him, didn't I? That will be music to the ears
39.
of Darren Beveridge. He wasn't watching the board when that happened, but
Darren,
you know the
require
sounds
98.
of a dart hitting the floor. Be careful.
58.
Very, very assured on that single. That could have been nasty because his darts do go in very upright.
$70.
One shot
Darren, you require 40.
for the third leg. Needs more than one for the fourth.
No score.
He's going to need another visit.
We require
And if Holloway can take this
128.
out, there will be a reaction. Of that, I can guarantee. Now, that bed is covered. Does he stay there? That was in the 54 if that dart wasn't already in the bed. That's the disadvantage of having such thick barrels. It's a good visit.
96.
It was just one shot short.
Darren, you require 40.
If at first you can't succeed.
Game shot on the
Gets
fourth
it
leg.
this time. A nice clean
Darren
shot at tops.
Beveridge.
And this very encapsulating match. 4 legs deep. It is level. And we could be looking at another 4-2 from yesterday. But who could possibly get it? The last 2 legs have gone to Beverage.
Fifth leg, it's Darren to throw first. Game on. $41.
Over the last couple of days, I'm pretty sure Darren has gone back to his hotel and said to himself in the mirror, what is going on?
100.
Everything went his way on Monday, and maybe too much went his way. He did come through some tight matches.
140.
But what was really interesting for me yesterday was that he was genuinely sick of losing matches. And his facial expression changed.
22.
It was one of, all right, I've had enough of this. Got to start doing something about it. You know that face that Gary Anderson makes sometimes when he's a little bit
125.
angry and it turns him into a different darting animal? That was the face I saw from Beverage yesterday. I'm seeing a little bit of it today as well.
121.
And that is not a good sign for Paul. I just get the feeling that he really wants to settle yesterday's score.
42.
And if he can, it will make their head-to-head record 1-1 this week, going into a decider tomorrow, which will be played in match 10,
60.
a little bit later in the schedule.
Darren, you require 153.
First to a finish again. And earlier in the match, that wasn't happening. He's got 132. I wouldn't blame him if he went bull here. But he should go treble 19.
40.
There really was no right or wrong there. After being the better player earlier in the match, he has lost his way.
Darren, you require 113.
And Beveridge has got 6 from here. Double 18.
Game
Very,
shot on the
very
fifth
tiny,
leg.
and he gives the
Darren
board a
Beveridge.
proper stare. Wouldn't want to be the dartboard right now, would you? But it did what it was told. It accepted all 3 darts in the right beds. 3-2, now to the Scot.
Sixth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
Back in the maximum
180.
column, and he is now winning in that statistic. So if you have had a little go at King of the Ocky for Darren
91.
Beveridge, gambling responsibly, we hope, then unfortunately Holloway is leading the 180s.
60.
King of the Ocky is, of course, winning the match, getting the most 180s and the highest finish. Darren has the highest finish of this match of 113.
100.
But if he wants to get the most 180s, he's going to need 2 more. You wouldn't really expect Holloway to get the most 180s.
96.
He's not renowned as a big 180 hitter. But he's got 2, and Darren's got 1.
100.
Another 60 there would have left 170 for the match. Should go bull here.
90.
Absolutely the right player. He has made some questionable calls over the last 24 or 25 hours. He's made some technical or
60.
tactical errors, depending on how you look at it.
All you require is 75.
But on that occasion, he got it spot on. Now. Treble 16, maybe? And Beveridge gets his first chance to win the match.
35.
To flip around yesterday's result of 4-2 to the man from Essex. This will be some way to finish this one off. I think he asked Owen Binks, is that in? That is a common thing for a dart player to say.
50.
Usually when you hear it, it's a somewhat ironic call because
40.
they know it's not in. Tops for Holloway.
Game's on the
In
sixth
she goes
leg.
with 1 dart.
Oh, Holloway.
And that is a bit of a rarity because on tops he has found so many times on the wrong side of the wire. But this time it's the 6th leg in the bag. We're going to a 1-leg decider to see who gets the 2 points here.
Throw first. Game on.
It is very tight in every part of this game. Both of the averages are 84.
80.
Both of the checkered percentages are around 40%. I think so far this is a fair result.
60.
And I mentioned the truncated part of Group C, there being 5 less matches than Group A.
85.
And based on the fact that Holloway has already won a match today and Darren hasn't, that makes this leg way more important for Darren than it is for Paul.
140.
Darren has the darts, but he has a deficit.
$55.
And now this is a situation that Paul can use. He's using it.
85.
But he didn't use it to its full potential. In a week where you have won
90.
5 games in a row and then only won 3 from 10 in the next couple of days, you don't want to go on a mini losing streak. You want to
95.
get yourself that dream scenario of 3 clean darts at a double. In order to do that, Darren needs a big, big score here and a mistake from Holloway.
93.
That one was a key treble.
121.
But it's Holloway who gets first go. Bullseye for the match.
91.
The line was good.
Darren, you require
Just a bit
98.
too much adrenaline on that one. He needed an 8 iron instead of a 7. $95 left. That leaves double 19. This is a big dart, and you know when he steps back that it's a big dart. He wants to beat Paul Holloway badly.
60.
But he hasn't.
All you require 30.
Does he get another chance? Holloway is eyeing up double 15. Got to give it a go.
No score.
And he was too defensive. Too scared
Darren, you
of going
require
inside
38.
with darts 1 or 2. And with the third one, he had to go for broke. One dart at double 8.
Game
Finds
shot
it
down the match.
really, really
Darren
big. You
Beveridge.
see the reactions of both players in that 7-leg match. Darren Beveridge gets a win and keeps himself in the reckoning here in Group C. He equals the points total of Paul Holloway. A very even match no matter where you look at it. But Darren Beveridge worked very hard for that. And in the end, I think he probably just about deserved it. So match 7 is Dave Parletti coming back to the hockey against Greg Ritchie, who got his first win in 2 days in his previous match. We will see more of Conan in game number 8. The game of the day where you can all get a sandwich because it's the one right in the middle.
60.
Well, we've got some regulars joining us. Viewing today, watching on with Group C. Darren Lake has got in touch. He's watching in Gibraltar. There's some great darts going on in Gibraltar this week with modern amateur darts. Hope you're enjoying the coverage, Darren. Had a nice tweet from Hassie as well, talking about our tournament here and my commentary.
95.
Very nice thing for you to say, Hassie. I really do appreciate your feedback. Main thing is that you enjoy the displays brought by our players here.
100.
Just to reinforce that we do have Champions Week in a couple of weeks. And we've got 3 players from this week going through to week 5. And 3 players from next week, of course. And when week 5 is over, we'll start again. But then we've got a whole bunch of new players.
59.
And believe me when I say this, because I'm not allowed to tell you. It's a sealed envelope that I've just taken a peek at. The players in the 4 weeks after this first Champions
45.
phase. Yeah, you want to watch. You will definitely want to watch. That's enough teasing. Let's look at this match. Let's look at Greg Ritchie go for the 19s here. Definitely the right player. Treble 19 or treble 20 would have left himself on a finish there. He neglected the other option. You do tend to do that now and again. You tend to forget that the switch back to the 60 does give you the option of leaving that finish. And Parletti is doing a very good job here.
99.
Of punishing Greg's lack of approach prowess. But that 136 just makes things very interesting here in the first leg of this contest. Dave. Now you've only got 1 dart. And he's gone to the wrong side of the wire again.
Greggy requires 72.
Well, this would be a pinch. Dave's got stuff to think about in the background there. Double top. Greg Ritchie pinches that one right out of Dave Parletti's pocket. And that one is going to make Dave scratch his head even more. But going into the next leg, I will explain another reason why Greg hit that shot. Here we go, leg 2.
It's Greg to throw first. Game on.
It's not just the fact that Greg is playing better today than he has the last couple of days.
95.
For some reason, Greg loves playing Parletti. I'm not just saying likes playing, I'm saying loves playing him. They played in week 5 times. I'm going to get old Booker T on you now. He has beaten him not once, but 5 times. Parletti has played Greg 5 times and not won 1 single match. Now, Dave is a very, very intelligent lad.
43.
With a good memory. He will remember this. And when you've got a bad record against somebody,
41.
and you come up against them again, it is conceivable that you want to beat them too much. You try too hard. You don't just stay in your zone
58.
or your rhythm. You think too hard. I know what I'm talking about. The amount of times that I wanted to beat Steve Lennon and failed. Just look it up. Didn't matter what I did, I couldn't beat him.
140.
Very similar to Remy van Barneveld in a ranked game. Couldn't beat him. Exhibitions, I owned him. It was weird.
100.
Everybody's got a bogey player. Even the greats.
53. Dave, you require 160.
I don't think Michael van Gerwen likes playing Johnny Clayton at the minute. I don't think anybody does. Well, that leaves 125.
40.
And I have to say that with 125 left
Greg,
and
you
one
require
dart in hand,
112.
the bullseye was the shot. Now, does it go 12 tops? Yeah.
Game
Really
on the
good.
second leg.
72.
Greg Ritchie.
Then turns into 112, and we're starting to see Greg Ritchie for who he really is. That first win of the day is starting to bear fruit. 2-0 up against Parletti now.
Third leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
Let's have a look at some of those wins for Greg over Dave in week 5. 4-1, 4-1, 4-1,
55.
4-0, and a 4-3. So 4 of the 5 were huge margins.
100.
What is it about Greg that Dave doesn't like playing?
85.
Can't have anything to do with height. I know Dave's very tall. He's about 6.5 feet. Greg's about 5'3". That's an estimate. One thing Dave has to do is fix one of those stems. He keeps losing flight.
100.
As far as the standard
81.
of this game is concerned, Greg's averaging about 80. But he's had double the amount of chances to finish a
60.
leg. He's had 2 chances to Dave's 1. So that was somewhat misleading what I said just there. But, of course, Greg has not missed a double. That is not misleading. That's just
60.
accurate. So neither
91.
player is finding their scoring shoes in this match so far. But Greg, he's the one of the two who isn't as worried about that right now, especially when he has a 1-dart lead at this point. It's been extinguished,
100.
but he will still fancy
Greg, you require 150.
getting this leg.
$90.
That was a somewhat half-hearted attempt at tops to leave tops. Now it's 64 tops. A little bit of a grunt.
60.
I think he's just trying to get something going because not much is happening right now for him. And Greg's going to make him pay.
20.
But not on this occasion. Now Dave has the quandary that Greg had. 20 for tops. First part of the puzzle is perfect. That is a really bad deflection. That's the equivalent of hitting the post and it goes way away from the goal. As opposed to hitting the post and going in. Because that could have happened to Parletti's shot.
Greg, you require 40.
It meant that that last dart in the visit could not be used to win it.
Game shot on the third
And Richie
leg.
on tops,
Ritchie.
when he's playing better, is very, very good up there. 3-0. And Dave Parletti will be wondering, what have I got to do to win a leg here and to get a win against this wee man from Scotland?
It's Greg to throw first. Game on.
I do apologise to all of our Scottish viewers if I break into a bit of Scottish now and again. I'm listening to a lot of Scottish people on the radio on the way to work
81.
every morning. I think it's rubbing off on me. It's not a bad thing. I've got some really close friends up in Scotland who I haven't seen in a long time because of lockdowns.
58.
People who I'm looking forward to seeing again. Maybe later in the year. In my opinion, of course, with all due respect to all of the other places I have done exhibitions, Scotland is the best. Whether it's Glasgow, Campbelltown or Shetland.
60.
Alloa, Inverness or Aberdeen or Arbroath. They're all quite incredible.
96.
And if you've never been to an exhibition in Scotland because you live in another country, do yourself a favour and just attend one and you'll know what I'm talking about.
40.
Nothing is going Parletti's way. Absolutely nothing. He's thrown a lot of straight darts in this match, but the majority of them have been small and big 20s. And his opponent is taking advantage of everything. He's only averaging 81 now. That's just changed because of the maximum. But when he gets to a double, he's been ruthless.
85.
Greg's confidence is building
84.
brick by brick. And this is looking like 4-0. He was defeated 4-0 earlier today, and it's his turn to get a dart on the floor. He's looking to turn around his leg difference, which is currently the worst of everybody's, apart from Adrian Gray, of course, at the bottom of the table. But a 4-0 victory will get him back into the positive column. It will bring him to +1.
60.
On the flip side, Parletti's would go to -4. Double top.
28.
I'm not going to forget about the fact that he just missed the board going for a single 8. But earlier, in going for a single 18, Dave Parletti did the same.
$93.
He's been at double 10. He has done very, very well.
20.
For his second win of the day, it's double 5 now.
Game
in she goes. And Greg Ritchie, for the very first time this week, has won 2 games in a campaign for a single day. I get the feeling if he keeps hitting doubles the way he did in that match, as you can see, 44%. It could have been a little bit better than that, but if he continues to get shots at doubles and hits them like that, it might not be the last points he finds. Conan Whitehead, our leader in this table, will come back to play Paul Holloway next, and this is the sandwich match, the one right in the middle. Match number 8 about to start, and Paul Holloway will look for his second win of 3 today. He's played a very, very competitive day so far. But as far as standard is concerned, Conan Whitehead, his opponent, has been the number one. And with a win here, he will remain number one at the top of the table. He's looking for the same kind of day that we've had from Darren Beveridge on Monday. Jamie Clark yesterday getting 10 points out of 10, but came up short in the Group A table. But it was Niall Cullerton who had the perfect day on Tuesday. Conan is the only person in the table who can have that perfect day today. But he has company, as you can see, on 4 points now in the somewhat unlikely form of Greg Ritchie, who's had a much better day today. 3 games, 2 wins. And Holloway, who's improving 2, is looking for maybe a bit of an upset here. Based on averages, form, experience, you would have Conan as the favourite in this match.
Okay, first leg, it's Conan to throw first.
So it's Essex
Game
versus
on.
Kent here. 2 neighbouring counties. And we've just had a King of the Hockey performance from Greg Ritchie. A 4-0 win. 180 over no 180s on Parletti's part. And a 1-1-2 checkout from Greg. So if you had Greg as King of the Hockey in the last one, congratulations.
100.
But Conan so far today has been nothing but impressive.
140.
Started with that 89.33 average against Darren Beveridge in an excellent 7-leg match. Thoroughly enjoyable. But then a thumping 4-1 win over Dave Parletti
61.
with a best average of the day so far of 96.62. He looks fresh. He looks ready. He looks practiced.
99.
And I've already said how much enjoyment we get from watching Conan because he's got a very watchable brand of the game. He throws the dart about as hard as anybody.
121. Conan, you require 160.
He started this game very competently again.
$83.
And that dart of his has not changed a great deal over the last few years. He's got that taper towards the point, which gives him a lot of barrel to cling to, and he's got a reverse grip on there as well. I think it's a very, very attractive dart.
84.
But it's something that he has used to great effect. Double 12.
60.
Now, is he about to get his pocket pinched?
60.
There was a 152 yesterday from Holloway. Hasn't really troubled the 60 there, though.
24.
And Conan comes back
Conan, you require 24.
for his 6th visit of this leg.
Game
And it
shot
is
on the
number
first
6
leg.
at the
Conan
double
Whitehead.
to take the first leg of this match. The favourite for the match, of course, in Conan, the number 1 in the table, takes the first leg and is looking very assured all the way through
Second leg, it's Paul
the
to throw
course
first.
of today.
Game on.
The fact that he has the darts as well, that helps.
140.
Yesterday, it didn't really help in the early games. We saw the first 4 matches of the day all go against the throw.
121.
Beveridge, Cullerton and Clark and Paul Holloway all winning matches in the first half of yesterday's play against the darts.
58.
And more matches were won against the darts than with yesterday. A bit of a bucking a trend. 10 of the 15 matches were won against the throw yesterday. But with the way that Conan is playing, having the darts here for him in his form, it's a big acquisition.
42.
There is, of course, no bullseye shootout for these games. They're given the darts an equal amount of times over the 2 days. But when we get to the finals stage,
95.
at the semi-finals and at the finals, there is a bullseye shootout in the practice room before the matches begin.
78. $130.
That is really good thinking from Conan, trying to take the 5 off the end of the score, but he was too good. No such thing as too good on that shot, though, because the bullseye gives him the easier 2-darter.
100.
Take this out,
55.
and it will be a break. And he will throw for 3-0.
45.
Just seems to me like he's playing a tiny bit slower in this match, and he's wrestling with his rhythm a bit.
83.
Against Parletti, he looked more comfortable than this, and that may be something to do with Holloway's pace. Bullseye for him.
50.
A little bit of a
Conan,
grimace
you require 10.
at that effort. Whitehead has a guide. And another.
No score.
Somehow it didn't go in.
All you require,
He
33.
does throw those darts very hard. If he'd thrown that dart just a tiny bit less hard, that would have been in the 5-5. 8-8. And he's starting to leave that 8-8 just a little bit more. He's had troubles on tops. He likes that height in the dartboard, doesn't he? 10 and 8-8 have been the 2 most fruitful parts of the outer ring, so he might be good at leaving those particular shots.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
That is a leg that got away. A break chance that got away for Conan.
60.
Looking through some databases, I don't have a record of these two meeting before. But that doesn't mean that they haven't. The counties of Kent and Essex, both in the south-east of England.
60.
They may have played each other in a Super League match. They may have played each other in a county match. They may have played each other in a local tournament. Not everything
60.
is documented. I'd be surprised if they hadn't run into each other at a tournament before.
140.
I'm not really sure how that dart went into the small 20. That was almost against physics, that shot. But this game is in danger of getting away from Conan a little bit. He's got to get it back.
140.
With shots like that.
$83.
We have an interesting tussle coming up next. Darren Beveridge, who worked extremely hard to get his first win of the day against Holloway in match number 6. He's up against Adrian Gray, who is the only person so far not to pick up a win.
100. Conan, you require 141.
On the throw and not going to take it. But that leaves 71.
83.
That is very useful. But it's Holloway's chance to break now.
118.
That one has flown out of the traps like a Getawin Price greyhound. If you think I've just plucked that saying from thin air,
44.
Getawin Price does have greyhounds. And they're very good.
Require 58.
But Conan, who was looking at this 58 for a 2-1 lead,
38.
and doesn't take it, could easily be 3-0 up right now.
All you require
But as a
74.
consequence of missing 9 shots at a double in this match. He could be 2-1 down. That double top bed, which has robbed Paul Holloway more times than he's hit it. It's cost him so much. This is going to have to be really measured.
10.
And he stepped to the left just half a centimetre too much.
All you require 20.
Holloway understands right now just how fortunate he is getting. And look at the height of this double. It's the height he's been hitting. And it's the height he hits again.
Oh, Holloway.
Admittedly, he is 2-1 up and somewhat fortuitously getting some of these chances. He could be 3-0 down. But that third dart, I think we do have to admit that the ricochet of the first dart was very, very kind.
Full flag, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
I think if a certain player who supports Ipswich Town was in this room, he might be uttering
44.
3 very famous words. How's your luck?
55.
Is Conan starting to experience a little bit of frustration? I wouldn't blame him if he did, because he's missed 13 darts a double now, and that's why he's losing this match.
96.
But this is how you make yourself feel better. For now, anyway.
180.
Because that hasn't really been the problem. He has had the same sort of scoring prowess as Holloway. 4 ton-plus shots, 2 ton 40s.
81.
That's the same as his opponent. But that 180 is a little separator. That was the first 180 of this match.
45.
But the interesting aspect for me is looking at Conan's 26 matches that he's had so far.
82.
His doubles accuracy has been better than anybody in this table throughout the whole time in 2021. Before play began today, his checkout percentage was one of the best out of any player that has graced the Oche. 39.18%. And if you think about what he's done today already, 36% against Beverage,
94. Conan,
and 57% against Parletti. He's actually improved that. So this is a bit of an anomaly, this game.
Yes.
51. And he's going back to Old Faithful double 18.
Game shot on the fourth
If
leg.
in doubt, go and see a
Whitehead.
friend, Conan. And you and double 18 are pals. You will remain pals because 2-2 it is, and you've got your throwback.
Fifth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
That will improve the double statistics just a little
50.
bit, but no matter what he does from here, you can't get any of those misses back.
$57.
What's fascinating to me, though, is that Conan's B game level is probably mid-80s, which is where he is right now, around 84.
92.
His B game level is better than Paul's. That's why he's been able to stick at this game after 4 legs at 2-2. He could have won it 4-0 because he should have been 3-0 up. But it could have been a lot worse.
95.
I think the reason why Paul Holloway does not get more points is because he is yet to find an A game level that will compete with, say, the A game of Conan.
24.
Not to say that he can't, because earlier today, when he started against Greg Ritchie, he was showing a very high level.
140.
But Conan is more likely to score heavy at this point in their careers. And he's starting to make another move.
78. Conan, you require 100.
When you're winning games, leg difference doesn't even come into your mind. You just want to get the points, go back to the practice room, and then get ready for more points.
92.
It feels like all those missed darts at double are a distant memory. Holloway has been almost allergic to trebles in this leg, to the pleasure of Conan, as he takes a lead at 3-2. And it's one of those games, the almost famous Richie Burnett saying, he could win this 4-2, but he should have won 6-0. But it's only 3-2, and there is still possibly another 2 legs in this match.
Six leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on.
When you've travelled around with some of the personalities of this sport, there are certain things that just stick in your mind. Some of the things said
83.
by the likes of Burnett, the likes of Beaton, and some other greats. I will never ever forget Richie Burnett saying, I just lost 6-3 and I should have won 9-0. It's getting to the stage where Conan's going to say, I won 4-2, but I should have won 6-0.
140.
Great response from Holloway, though, after that maximum from Conan, his second of the match. We are still waiting for a second person to hit a 9-darter this year at the Online Darts Live League. We have had 2, but from the same person, in James Richardson, who incredibly,
125,
after a brilliant unbeaten run in week 1, did not make it through the finals in the top 3, so he will not be in Champions Week.
59.
He had all of the big hits. He had the 170 out, he had the 9-darter, he had the big unbeaten run, but he didn't make the top 3. And that's the name of the game here in Phase 2.
59.
So Conan Whitehead needs 4 18s in bull for 6 unanswered points here today. That does not assist his cause.
38. Or we require 94.
Does he go 25 or does he go for the 54? Well, there's the 4. He still needs the 54. I don't agree with that shot 100%.
36.
From a surface area perspective on the dartboard, that is the worst shot you can do.
84.
And I'm not being critical, that's just fact. Going tops bull is better than going bull tops. Double 11 for the match.
62.
And a match start has been missed.
Or we require 58.
To keep this match going and to continually annoy Conan Whitehead. Double 10.
38.
Well, he can't. And Conan comes back with 3 darts in hand at double 11. The old Adrian Lewis scenario from a decade ago. He's going to split it. Fascinating. Double 8.
Game
and a very good plan indeed. He obviously didn't want to go for an odd number double. And it just goes to show the confidence that Conan has. Even in a tricky match like that, he does get the 4-2 win. He was the better player. But even with his worst average of the day, he was still too strong. The high check out of 81, it's decent. But the main thing is, he is still undefeated. Adrian Gray is the other side of that coin. He is yet to register a win, and he will get another chance in the next match. welcome back. It's match 9 coming up next, and Darren Beveridge will play his third game of the day, as will Adrian Gray. He has yet to register a victory, but he has a chance now against Ice Cold from Scotland. I'm very much looking forward to seeing what Darren will do in this game, because you could tell in his last match against Paul Holloway that he just wanted to get the win.
60.
After being very frustrated yesterday at losing to Holloway 4-2, at a time where he really needed points for his challenge for Group A.
121.
He wanted revenge today, and he got it. So maybe he's taken a little bit of the weight off his shoulders, and now he can just play. But he's won one game and lost one game. And the one that he lost
60
was against table topper Conan Whitehead. Now, based on stats,
100.
you would probably have to say, based on averages and a couple of other things, that Darren Beveridge and Conan Whitehead would be the favourites to make it through this group. Of course, 6 players and 2 progress to the finals. Based on their situations right now, they are very much in the mix.
100.
But as far as Adrian's concerned, 2 matches down, 8 remaining. He's got 3 today and 5 tomorrow. If he wants to get through,
45.
I feel he has got probably 1 more match that he can lose, and the rest of them will have to be wins.
100.
So if he loses this one, he may have to be perfect afterwards. He's got Paul Holloway after this, and he's got his good old pal Conan Whitehead from just up the coast,
59.
from where he lives in Hastings,
Darren,
in match 14.
80.
But Beveridge has had the better start. Tops.
60.
And he's established a better rhythm today than Adrian has. The man with arguably the most manicured beard in all of sport. There is not one micro hair out of place, I assure you.
Only required 20.
Double 10.
Game show on the first
Nice
leg.
start from Beveridge.
Beveridge.
It is a 6-visit leg. 18 darts gets it done. And he has broken Adrian's throw early, and he has done so rather quickly. I think the pace of this game has been upped by Darren.
Second leg, it's Darren to throw first.
Talked a bit about dart shirts over the last few days. That one from Adrian. How can you not like that? Nicknamed the Conqueror.
140.
One of 2 reasons why he's called the Conqueror. First one, because he's from the town of Hastings. Scene, of course, of the Battle of Hastings. Won by William the Conqueror.
140.
Just a mere 950 or 60 years ago.
140.
The other one because he beat Phil Taylor in the World Grand Prix.
$45.
A lot of people in my position will say about players they commentate on, we go way back. Well, Adrian and I do. To the point where I turned professional. He was my first ever World Championship opponent. And you never forget your World Championship debut.
60.
At the time, I was
Darren,
practicing in his backyard around West Sussex. And we were pretty much steering clear of each other because we knew we were about to play each other a few weeks later. I do have to say, though, Adrian is one of the people I genuinely respect
60.
Within this sport. He doesn't just play soft tip and steel tip, but he's a genuinely good man. Double top.
96.
And Beveridge is making Adrian feel even worse in this match. Adrian does amazing things for kids around his local area, getting them into local darts competitions. But right now, he's being bossed. Get that one quickly, Darren. Get it quickly. It is retrieved. And double 10 is in for a 2-0 lead. And if he gets a big win here, he will definitely be in the mix with the likes of Whitehead and Ritchie, who are at the top 2 positions in the table.
Like it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
As for the other side of the dart shirt, I think that's a play on chainmail. The old armour of the old knights
99.
of yesteryear. I like it. I think it's a cool dart shirt. I don't like them all.
131.
I think today we're just being treated to some good uns. It's usually at this point I talk about the shirts that I despise. I mentioned one of Andy Hamilton's yesterday, which was blue and mustard.
140.
I wasn't a big fan of that one. But I am a big fan of the guy who wore it. The man with the best laugh in darts.
140.
I have to say my least favourite dart shirt, aside from Matthew Edgar's toothpaste shirt, which made an appearance on my Twitter profile this morning. Oh, beautiful 162 from Adrian. To leave the 2 darter, that's immensely intelligent stuff from him. Yeah, the worst dart shot I've ever seen was from Jason Marriott.
Adrian, you require 100.
And I can't say which colour it was because I think it had every colour on it. 95 left. And now Beverage is thinking 3-0. 76 left. If you're not sure, there is a referee in the room to assist you.
39. Darren, you require 90.
20 seconds, surely. Another. For ball.
57.
Not meant to be.
Adrian, you require 61.
What does Adrian do here? He doesn't make tactical mistakes. Mathematically, he is about as good as anybody. But that's what happens when things aren't going your way, and he's laughing about it. I think he's got every right to. When he needs a 25, he gets a bull. When he needs a bull, he gets a 25. But he has still got double 4.
57.
And that one just dived in the air.
Darren, you require 33.
Single 1 for double 16. Or maybe 7 double 4. He has had a few missed singles this week.
No score.
And he's lost the lot.
Adrian, you require 4.
Adrian gets 3 clean darts at double 2 to get his first leg of the match. Heck of a guide. Over the top. Oh,
No
what? How was that missed?
Darren, you require 33.
I didn't even think there was a gap there. It's happened again. Well, Darren, look on the bright side. You didn't hit the treble. If you'd have hit the treble, it would have been visit over. Same equation, 7 double 4. A very safe 7.
25.
And too much force in that double 4. And Adrian gets another visit
Adrian,
at double
you
2.
require 4.
Getting a bit technical there, giving it the old Paul Lim ghost dart. It works.
On the third leg.
Just goes to show,
Adrian
doesn't it?
Gray.
You think that ghost dart drill done by Mikuru Suzuki and Paul Lim is just a thing. It's a technical rehearsal. It works. And it worked for Adrian right there.
Darren to throw first. Game on.
I can hear the clickety-clack of barrels being retrieved from cases right now. And people saying, hey, it worked for Adrian. I'm going to go and try that ghost dart thing right now. Well, why don't you watch us while you are practicing? What a fabulous way to watch the Online Darts Live League.
60.
We're going to see some different talent tonight in a 5-person group in Group B. You'll see Jamie Clark again. You will also see more of Warby.
100.
A lot of people think he might be the favourite for that group. Still has a win percentage of over 70%, Mike Warburton. Can he use it tonight against Jamie Clark? Lee Cox, who himself has a win percentage of 67%. Fallon Sherrick returns, as does Paul Hogan.
95.
That will start from 10 p.m. tonight, British time. We hope you can join us. But after this game, we've still got 6 more matches. And the next one is a battle of the top 2,
58.
as it stands. Ritchie of Scotland and Whitehead of England. And Whitehead, if he wins, will go to 8 points.
145.
Now, that was a proper approach from Beveridge. He got the 25 on 61.
60.
More
Darren,
frustration for the man
36.
from Hastings.
Game
And
shot on the
Beveridge
floor play.
has his best
Darren
leg
Beveridge.
of this match. It is a 13-darter. He is 3-1 up now, and he's bolstering his chances of getting in the top 2. If he does win one more leg, he'll be very, very close to where Whitehead is at the top.
Game on. $58.
Being from Scotland, of course, Darren will not call him Conan Whitehead. He'll call him Conan Whitehead. That's just a bit of a John Henderson joke.
97.
I hope John Henderson is watching on, getting himself ready for the Super Series next week. John has been tuning in. Whenever I mention John Henderson's name, I constantly think of So I Married an Axe Murderer, the movie.
137.
Look at this.
180.
Well, Ice Cold is doing a very good job so far of trying to get his way to SATURDAY. Yes, that was a Bay City Rollers joke.
192.
25.
139.
Look at that. Look at what Adrian Gray just did. He knew the route, but when you're not 100% sure, he used the referee to his advantage, and he did that tactically perfect.
42.
He couldn't have done
Adrian, you
much better
require
than that.
167.
And he's now been gifted 6 darts from here and thoroughly deserves them. Should go down now.
59.
And Beveridge has a chance to pressurise Adrian's position.
$60.
Hasn't
Adrian,
really
you
done
require
so.
108.
Now, both of these finishes can be using the 18s if you wish, but that is a great guide for the 108. Look at how he used it.
76.
Tied up that 32 segment after that perfect second dart. And it might be
Darren,
the
you
last
require
dart he throws in the match.
122.
If Darren Beveridge has got anything to do with it. But that 18 segment has
82.
been his nemesis in this match.
Adrian, you require 32.
2 16s to remain alive in game number 9.
Game shot on the
And he is
fifth
very
leg.
much alive. He's
Adrian
trying to
Gray.
manufacture a little bit of adrenaline. And I don't blame him for that, because when things aren't going your way, you've got to try and change things up. You've got to try and find something. He's 3-2 down
Six
and
leg, it's
still has a
Darren to
chance.
throw first. Game on. $60.
Darren averaging a very respectable
99.
90 right now. Adrian about 12 adrift of that. So he's not playing his best darts today,
100.
but he is grafting the only way he knows how. mentioned how busy he is as a dart player, playing both
92.
types of the sport, soft and steel tip. He's been all over the world playing both.
45.
In fact, the first place I ever saw Adrian Gray play darts was Las Vegas. It was an event at the Mandalay Bay Resort, and he had to have a good day to qualify for the World Match Play,
83.
and he did. Someone else who qualified for the World Match Play that day was Mark Frost. Remember him?
100.
The man with the best nickname in the sport. Frosty the Throw Man. It's going to take one heck of a nickname to overtake
140.
that. Having said that, ice cold beverage is pretty good.
60.
And that is something
Adrian,
that
you
will be
require
freely
87.
available at the World Match Play this year for some fans. 20 in bull. Bullseye. Loves a bull.
62.
Not quite. Oh, he really fancied that one, didn't he?
Darren, you require 136.
This has been a very good contest. And just the way that Darren's week has been,
40.
he's getting things
Adrian,
like that
you require
happening.
25.
Everything he gets, he's having to work really hard for. That's just in the single.
Game
That's
shown the
just
sixth
in the
leg.
double, and it's
Adrian
3-3.
Gray.
Darren is working very hard for his points, and he might not get any from this match because Adrian has won the last two legs. If he wins a third, he'll get his first 2 points of Thursday.
Seventh and final leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
And you have to say it, even though his average is 8 less than Darren's, he might be the favourite to win this match now with the throw,
100.
the steady start, and the momentum. Every single time I use that word momentum, I think of Rod Studd. If you don't know the story behind that, then I won't embellish. But Adrian Gray hits the front
180.
in the score in this final leg with the best possible visit. If Rod is tuning in to watch us today, we hope your recovery
83.
is going well. And can't wait to see you back at a darts venue sometime soon. You are very much missed amongst us all.
85.
That is not the worst visit in the world, but that third dart was delivered a bit too quickly, Adrian. If Darren
81.
loses this match,
Adrian, you require 136.
I would leave him alone for a few minutes. He's not going to be pleased.
80 scored, yeah.
But he has not
96.
been given a match dart, which is very, very experienced behaviour from Adrian Gray. Look at the anger on the
36.
face of the Scotsman.
Adrian, you require.
He's given
40.
Adrian 3 clean darts from here, but he deserves all the credit. Double 10. 3
Game
straight
shut
legs
down
to
the
win that
match.
one.
Adrian
And just when you're
Gray.
thinking that Darren Beveridge was going to join the likes of Ritchie and Whitehead at the top, it's Adrian Gray who completes his first win of the day. And I think that 82 average of his is not flattering enough because he won the last 3 legs very, very efficiently. So, going into game number 10, we look towards the top of the table, and Conan Whitehead is looking for his 8th point, whereas Greg Ritchie is looking for his 6th. Conan Whitehead remain undefeated? At times today he has looked unassailable, but in his last match he had to work extremely hard just to get those 2 extra points. What will happen when he's up against Greg Ritchie next? Now, Greg's had an improved day, and it's really good to see him smiling again, because the last 3 days have made him do anything but smile. There you have it. 3 games played for all players. So now we have an accurate picture of what's been happening. All players now have some points, now that Adrian Gray has got his first win against Darren Beveridge. So we have 4 players on 2 points. Greg wins here. We'll have 2 on 6. But if Conan wins, he'll be 1 win away from a perfect day. Conan has looked like the best player today. I think that is very fair to say. But what he has to do in this game is equalise his head-to-head record with Greg Ritchie, because they have met on 3 occasions. Greg has got the better of him twice back in week 5 of phase 1.
100.
The first time they met, Greg averaged 97.18 and hit 4 out of 5 attempts at double.
27.
If he puts in something like that, it's pretty likely he's going to get 2 points. Now, earlier in the week,
60.
That kind of performance from Greg was very unlikely. But today, it is more likely when you consider what he has done.
140.
He started with a 4-0 loss for the 2nd consecutive day against Paul Holloway. At that point,
96.
I'm starting to think that Greg's confidence has been thrown out the door. But in all credit to him, what he has done
92.
since is very, very much respectable. A 4-1 win against Adrian Gray with an average of 86.69, and that's
100.
a dramatic improvement on what he'd been doing the last couple of days. And then he got his 6th consecutive win against Dave Parletti with a 4-0 win there.
41.
So he will feel a lot better going into this very tough challenge against the league leader.
87.
That's decent. And Conan is not going to get an early break of throw like he did in his last match, which was against Paul Holloway. Ended up being 4 legs to 2.
27. Greg, you require 58.
He made it harder work than it should have been. Tops.
Game shot
Very tidy.
Greg Ritchie.
18 darts is good enough to get his first hold of throw in this match. And as he retrieves those darts from the board and goes to the back of the room, he's starting to walk a little bit faster and a little bit bouncier.
Second leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Just trying to read the body language a bit more of Greg. He's standing a bit more upright today. He's not slouched
125.
like he was the last couple of days. Winning legs and winning matches just makes you happier.
140.
It's not a classic action. I will say that. But it's a very effective action when it gets going.
121.
Just watch how the right elbow moves to our left just before he throws. It's almost like the throw is too compact
60.
and he moves it to the right just to give himself a bit of space. And then he pushes the dart towards the board. Whereas with Conan, there's a bit of a twist of the dart just before he propels it.
125.
And then he lets it out of the cannon that is that right arm of his. Very similar to Niall Cullerton, the Group A
96.
champion from this week.
Conan,
You wouldn't want to run into Conan at speed because he's made of pretty solid stuff.
94.
Be a bit like running into Superman on a good day. Well, this has been Conan in a good leg.
115.
Word to the wise,
Conan, you require
Conan.
36.
Do not give Greg chances.
Game
And
shown
he
the
does
second
not.
leg. Conan
Just
Whitehead.
watch out for Conan Whitehead on double 18, because when he needs a bit of a security blanket, he tends to go to the northeast corner. It has been a friend to him, and it has been in that second leg. 1-1.
The leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
When Greg beat Parletti in Game 7, it wasn't Greg just bulldozing his way past
140.
the man from Surrey. It was Dave missing chances and Greg being opportunistic. So when I said word to the wise to Conan at the end of that last leg,
94.
it was based on that match and previous behaviours where he has snuck up on opponents and taken his chance.
81.
The reason why he hasn't won a great deal of games this week, in fact he's only won 4 matches, is because the scoring element has not been there. The doubles have been okay, but the scoring has not. He seems to have fixed that a little bit today. It's definitely trending in the right direction.
100.
Powerful darts from
135.
Conan, but he needed the maximum to get on level terms. As it stands, Ritchie is a dart in front.
115.
And look how tightly knit they were.
$62. Greggy
Thought that one out really well. That was brilliant tactics from Conan. Tops.
25.
And you have to give Conan a lot of
Conan
credit for
require
leaving this number.
170.
You have to give yourself that opportunity. Yes, he hasn't taken it,
42.
but at least he gave himself the chance. He didn't leave 168 or 169. Tops for Richie. Now 10s.
Game shown the third leg.
And he has
Greg
been
Ritchie.
very, very good at double 10. Now, double top is his favourite, but like I always say, if you have a favourite double, like double 18 or tops, be good at the next one, just in case. 2-1 to Scotland.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
I just wonder, with 2 Scottish players in the practice room today and 4 English players, because
80.
throughout the course of the week, we didn't have an English player until
134.
Paul Holloway came in yesterday. I wonder if there's been any Euro 2021 banter between the English and the Scottish, because of course they will play each other next week.
140.
Someone did get in touch with me
41.
a little bit earlier in the week about the affiliation of Greg Ritchie and his football. I don't want to speculate as to which team he supports.
92.
Somebody did tell me, but I don't want to get it wrong. Judging by the colours on his shirt, I'm inclined to say Hibernian.
137.
Offer Greg Ritchie a 137 right now. I'll have it straight off you.
99. Conan, you require
I'll take the 99. 2 treble 20s or 2 treble 18s. He did that a little bit earlier.
96. Greg, you
Now,
require
Greg,
90.
can you go 3-1 up on the table topper. Bull first. I just don't think it's the right thing to do. Not
30.
when Conan's on 48.
Conan, you require
2 single
48.
20s gives you a shot at bull. Am I just being too defensive? Or am I just too old school?
Game shot on the
Well,
fourth leg.
turns out
Conan
I was right
Whitehead.
on that occasion because Conan takes the 48, and unfortunately Greg Ritchie does not take the safe route to give himself a shot for 3-1, and this one is tied after 4.
Fifth leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game on.
I've just scrolled through my Twitter profile,
65.
and I can now confirm via darts fan Andy McCardle that Greg supports Hibernian, so I got it right. The last thing you want to do
60.
when talking about Scottish football is get it wrong. So, a big fat few for me. Darren Beveridge supports Hearts. So, right.
74.
So there'll be some good banter between Darren and Greg, because they are fierce rivals. That always reminds me of a very famous groundskeeper Willie sketch from The Simpsons when he's talking about Scottish rivals. And he says, Englishmen and Scots, Welshmen and Scots, Scots and other
81.
Scots. It's one of the things that genuinely makes me laugh. But right now it's England versus Scotland. And it's all tied.
92.
I suppose you would expect that, considering their position in the table. And I get the feeling that Greg is really feeding off the confidence that he's built today and the confidence that Conan has. This is a good game. Two-thirds of the action will have been completed once this game is over.
42.
And Conan's schedule today has been spread out.
149.
He will have to wait 3 more matches after this to play Adrian Gray in match 14. Greg will wait 1 less game for his next one.
Conan, you require 160.
He will finish up against his pal Darren Beveridge in match 13. But he might well go into leg 6, 3-2 up, and possibly embellishing his very good head-to-head record with Conan.
Game shot on the fifth leg.
He is definitely growing in confidence because he's 3-2 up. And if you'd have told me about this performance maybe 24 hours ago, I am not so sure I would have believed you. But fair play to Greg Ritchie, he's back.
Sixth leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on. 56.
Another Scotsman who has graced the Online Darts Live League, Robert Thornton. In Phase 1, when he won Group A in Week 2,
82.
he said to me, I'm back. I said, Robert, you've not been anywhere. You've been at the forefront of our thoughts the whole time.
86.
But that's just something that dart players say. And indeed, sports people around the world. When they do something, they say, I'm back.
$71.
That whole hashtag of Jenks is back. Well, Andy Jenkins has been back more times than Dracula after a sleep during the day.
137.
Cover shots have been very good in this match. Just a mark of how well both of these are playing. And there hasn't been a great deal of frustration or exuding of
33.
confidence vocally. This has been a good zone match. Both players concentrating well. And Whitehead's going to take us to the limit, isn't he? There you go. First 180 of the match comes in leg 6. No matter where you look, the stats in this match are quite good.
Only you require 42.
Double 16.
Game
That's
shot on
in.
the 6th flag.
At first, I
Conan
wasn't
Whitehead.
sure if he was going for the 10, but one of the beauties about going for the 10 in that spot is that if you hit the 6, you can go for double 18, which is the way I think he was going initially. Doesn't matter. It's 3-3.
7th and final leg, it's Greg to throw first. Game
So
on.
the stats from this match are very close. Greg averaging 87. Conan averaging 85.
58.
7 ton plus scores each. 3 ton plus, or ton 40 plus scores for Greg. 2 for Conan. But that's cancelled out by Conan getting the only maximum.
60.
50% on doubles for Greg. 60 for Conan. One leg shootout. Here we go.
57.
Now Greg's leg difference is +1. Conan's is +6. So regardless of what happens, Conan is going to remain at the top of the table.
100.
But he does not want to lose this leg. He wants to create the first 4-point gap at the top of the table.
66.
That will put everybody on 2 points under major pressure.
45.
The first vocalization right there. Just the word no. He's not
58.
punished. And on 2-6-2, Greg's going to have to be crafty to leave a finish. All of a sudden, Conan is starting to find that 5 bed.
55.
I think the last 6 darts, he'd want to put them in room 101.
92.
Crafty leave, and he's left 170 to finish this 7-leg match. Is he going to stay up top?
100.
He wanted more,
Greg,
but
you
he will
require
accept that.
170.
We're not going to get our first 170 of the week. 34 scored.
50.
And that wasn't the worst choice.
You require 141.
Because now, I have a feeling that Greg, who's a bit frisky with these shots
55.
right here, he might go 3 tops.
Greg, you require 120.
1, 2, 3! What a way to finish the match! And he's done it to Sousa! Whoa! Back of the net from Greg Ritchie, and he inflicts the first defeat of the day on Conan Whitehead. Well, not once this year, but twice have you seen that. I knew it was going to come at some point, and it was always going to be Greg Ritchie. He gets a brilliant win. He's now on 6 points. And as I catch my breath, and I'm sure you will catch your breath, we will come back for game number 11, which is Dave Parletti and Darren Beveridge. just seen two players who were on 2 points before that match go head-to-head, and 4-0 for Darren Beveridge bolsters his chances of getting towards the top of the table by the end of the day. The same scenario is now with Paul Holloway and, of course, Adrian Gray. The winner of this one will join Beveridge on 4 points in the table. Well, there you see the table. Beveridge goes to 4. Parletti goes to the bottom of the table by virtue of losing by 4 legs to 0. But if Adrian Gray, who has the second worst leg difference, as you can see at -5, if he gets a win here against Paul, his closest rival in the table, then he will jump Paul's position to number 4. He'll be feeling a little bit better about his chances after beating Darren Beveridge in game number 9. That was a good performance from Adrian. 3-1 down.
100.
And the best part about that performance is that he did not give one match start to his opponent. To be able to do that when your opponent is evidently confident at 3-1 up just goes to show what he was able to do in the final 3 legs. Especially the last leg.
62.
So a bit of an iffy start today for Adrian. Losing to Dave Parletti 4 legs to 1.
134.
And then losing to Greg Ritchie by 4 legs to 1 as well. That's why his leg difference is so far down. But what he still has the opportunity of, this can't be overemphasized, is that he can turn a bad start into a half-decent day. Because he plays this match,
99.
and he plays Conan Whitehead in match 14, so 2 of the next 3 matches. And if he walks away with 6 points today, he'll be walking away with a smile. Now, if he walks away with 4 points, he still has a chance of making the top 2 tomorrow.
100.
If he does not get any more points today, I think his chances are slim.
100.
Now, can he find a ton plus checkout to break the throw immediately? To wound Holloway's chances very early. Double 16 on the combo.
78.
Oh, that one was magnetized to the outside of that double 16 wire. And why he is shaking his head is because every single time he's gone down there in a combination, he has missed it by a very small margin. And double top is in. A nice hold of throwing 18 darts there for Paul Holloway. He gave Adrian Gray a little bit of a quizzical look at the end of that 110 effort. I wonder why. We'll keep an eye out for that one. It's 1-0.
Adrian to throw first. Game on. 68.
When you play darts against people year in, year out, and day in, day out, of course, little rivalries could surface.
78.
I remember having a conversation with Adrian and his manager at the time. I'm not going to say who, but one of them didn't think that Rob Cross would do a great deal in the game. The other one said, "You're having a laugh." One of them was proved very, very wrong.
96.
Of course, Adrian doesn't live too far away from Rob, who will make his competitive return after Premier League elimination
58.
a few weeks back. As PDC Darts returns next week, as does the Online Darts Live League. So next week, an unbelievable amount of darts for your entertainment. It's just one of those weeks where if you're a darts fan, no matter where you turn, you're going to get some fantastic action.
99.
We will have week 4 next week. And I may have said this about 4 or 5 times already, but I just can't wait to tell you some of the players for next week. I'm genuinely excited about it. I won't be here, but I will be watching.
95.
Well, the leave of 121 is there.
148.
Holloway does not get the requisite first treble 20.
80. Adrian, you require
The visit starts badly but ends better. The old 51 start. I like that route. Bullseye.
74.
Perfect line, but it just dies at the end again. I think it's a result of those slightly bigger flights just dragging through the air a little bit, and maybe he's going through a transitional period trying to figure out how they behave. Double 10. He has been very good at double 10 this week. And there's why he's leaving it. He is constantly hitting it, constantly leaving it, and more often than not, it is bearing fruit. 2-0 up against Adrian Gray now is Paul Holloway. And with the break of throw in the bank now, if he holds here, he's going to ask Adrian Gray an even tougher question than he was asked against Beverage. He was able to recover from 3-1 down, but would he be able to recover from 3-0 down? It has been done.
125.
It's actually been done 10 times, believe it or not. In a short format is more likely. Less likely in best of 9, of course, or indeed best of 11. I was asked a couple of weeks ago whether I'd lost a match from 5-0 up. The answer is no, but I very nearly did. The last time we saw it in week 2,
61.
it was 3 times last week that it happened. Jared Cole beat Scott Baker after being 3-0 down. Scott Baker beat Andy Jenkins after being 3-0 down. And Andy Jenkins beat Rob Collins from 3-0 down.
100.
So just when you think it's a rarity, it actually happened 3 times last week. But Holloway is not 3-0 up yet.
100.
I'm just trying to figure out why Adrian would choose to move to those flights. They're, I think, the same shape that are used by Lawrence Ilagan of the Philippines. I think he's the only other person I've seen use that shape. They're incredibly sharp. You wouldn't want to graze your cheek with one. That was something that Tony David had to be very careful of in his career, because if he cut his nose or anything with a flight, or even a steel tip, he was a haemophiliac. Cut himself and he'd have to go to hospital. Well, even though Adrian missed the big number there, he is now going to get a shot at that 43. Just another 11, Adrian. Just where you've put the last dart. That will give you 2 more shots down towards double 16. Not meant to be, and Holloway is in to possibly sneak this third leg. Oh, that's 12 in bull, but the problem is the bull's covered. So that's why he went for the treble. So he gets no shot for the leg from 82. But I think he was forced to go for the treble 12. Because if he went for the bull, that big flight and that big barrel were in the way. Adrian giving that double 8 the full-on CSI Miami pose. The only thing that was missing were the shades. Well, he might give it the old Horatio stance again because he's won the third leg and he is not 3-0 down. He is 2-1 down though and a little bit closer to Holloway's position. Can he level up in leg 4?
Fourth leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
We may be seeing some players starting to tire. The averages are starting to slip a little bit.
100.
At the conclusion of this match, everybody will have played 4 matches. And then we go into the final third. Well, we're in the final third. The final 5th. And the first people to complete their quarter of matches will be Darren Beveridge and Greg Ritchie. So in footballing terms, it's like Hearts versus Hibs. There's a maximum from Paul Holloway, the first of the match. Improves his average to 81. When he's got to a double, he's been brilliant. 67%. Well, that first start from Adrian was at the bullseye. Because on 305, he's looking for the 145 approach. Back to back?
140.
Not quite. Now, if you look at the darts of Paul Holloway, they're big and chunky. Look at the way they go into the board. You don't see much point as well. They do really thunder into the sisal. What they do is they emphasise just how good that 9-darter was of John Lowe back in the early 80s. Because they're the kind of darts he was using.
59.
But John wasn't using those big flights. He was using small pear-shaped flights. And he did have a bit more taper on the end of the dart. Someone that you will see at the World Seniors event next year, which a lot of people are looking forward to. Tickets are now on sale for that.
133.
Well, that is a brilliant approach from Adrian.
Oh, you require 96.
But he'll be hurt if this goes. Double-double. Not brave enough.
56.
Too defensive.
Adrian, you require.
And he is now relying on misses from Adrian in order to get a 3-1 lead.
Game shot.
3-1 lead is not something he can get anymore because 2-2. And after winning the first 2 legs, Holloway has let the next 2 slip. So it's 2-2 now. Is Adrian finding his mojo a little bit later in this game? It was the case in his previous match. He was stronger at the end. He is proving to be stronger in the middle portion of this game. What will he do over the next 2-leg spell?
44.
Adrian's got to get a move on if he wants to catch Holloway in this 5th leg.
81.
That's a half-decent job. But I'm starting to sense from the playing area that little bit of tension creeping in.
25.
Because these players know in a 2-day group that they're starting to get to the point where they know what they have to do. 2 players on 6 points. they are in charge of those 2 places that are up for grabs for the finals.
100.
These 2 are chasers. They know that if they slow up tomorrow and their last game of the day are right in front of them, and if they don't play well in those phases, they're not going to be playing Saturday. When Adrian Gray did make the finals in week 2 of phase 1, he came 3rd. That was a group involving Robert Thornton, Barry Bates, Paul Hogan, and the champion of week 2, Chaz Barstow. Barstow, a player who was already in Champions Week in phase 2. Success in phase 1 is a pretty good indicator of success in phase 2 as it stands, because Marsh, Barstow and Adams all made it through in week 1. They all won weekly titles in phase 1. They're both struggling now. Maybe because they wanted just a little bit too much. They're both out of rhythm. And I've noticed that people are struggling to play against Holloway because of his slightly slower pace. The players are not maintaining their own rhythm as well against him as they are with other opponents. That leaves 64. That's why you don't go this route. I hate when people go 18s first on 118. Bullseye instead of a shot at the outer ring. It looks brilliant when it's hit. Well, there you go. That's put me right in my place, hasn't it? But the fact of the matter remains, going 18s first on that shot, it makes you look like a genius. But it's still the wrong way to go. I don't care what anybody tells me. Well, that was defiant of me to say that, wasn't it? But if somebody walked up to you in the street and said, if you had one dart for a match or a leg, would you rather have a shot at the bull or a shot at the outer ring? You would say the outer ring every single time because it's about 4 times the size of the bullseye in surface area. That's like walking up to Cristiano Ronaldo and saying, tell you what, I've got 2 goals for you. One's really small and the other one's 4 times the size. Which one do you want to hit? He'd say the big one. Don't get me wrong, fantastic shot from Holloway and a great time to get it. Still the wrong route. But it's only ever wrong when you miss it. Now Adrian is doing well to carve out a little lead here. And what he's got to do right now is think about how he was feeling and how he was throwing in this very same position when playing against Darren Beveridge in Game 9. He found his best darts at this point of the match. Can he do it again? It's likely we are going to a 7th leg. Well, I'd like to say that that was for the 60 or the 54, but it's right in the middle of the 2. Oh, that's really good. I really like that play. In soft tip darts, the computer tells you what you've got left. And it highlights on the board what you can hit. Right there, that was just darting intelligence from Adrian Gray. And darting prowess and good execution are going to take us to a 7th leg in this match. It's a very, very important leg because these 2 points could separate them from the top 2 or the other 4 places when it comes to the end of tomorrow. I said a little bit earlier when Holloway was playing his first match against Greg Ritchie that if he was to qualify through this group, he may need 2 personal best days to do so, to maybe get 12 or 14 points. His best effort so far has been 2 wins in a day. He's done that twice.
100.
He hasn't got his second win yet. And if he doesn't win this, his last chance will come against Dave Parletti. At 4 points going into tomorrow, you've still got a chance, but you may be forced into the perfect 10-point day. If you get to 6, you might be able to get through with 4 wins from 5.
45.
Adrian has taken the darts. And we're starting to get that deja vu from game 9. He's taking control. Playing well under pressure. And he's got his opponent shaking his head. This is just guts from the conqueror.
140.
But a really, really good response from Holloway, who gets to the slightly easier finish. I emphasize slightly. Superb leave. He can't do much more than that. 12 darts thrown and leaves double 12. But if Holloway hits this, you will see a reaction. Double 19 for a 158 to kill the game. And he's gone next door. He's actually left double 12.
Adrian, you require.
They cannot be separated in this game. 3 legs each, 24 each. And Holloway has missed a match dart. Double 12. Double 6 is good, and Adrian Gray steals a second win. A brilliant, brilliant game in the end. You see a mark of respect between the two of them. That was genuinely entertaining, that last leg. But Adrian Gray gets a fabulous 2 points. After losing his first 2 games, he's won the next 2, and he has a chance of getting 6 points in a couple of games' time. You see the average was better than his opponent, but the checkouts were just good enough. Well, we're going into the last 5th of our action, and we have the Scottish Derby from this group, Beverage against Ritchie. Lots of experience playing against each other, but one more time on Thursday to finish up their Thursday action. we've had some great drama today, and that last match definitely deserves to be part of that statement, because 158 missed on double 19 for Holloway, and a take on double 6 for Adrian Gray gives him a very valuable 2 points. Going into this one, an all-Scotland affair between Greg Ritchie and Darren Beveridge. And as you can see in the table, Adrian Gray has come back from the dead. He's now firmly in the mix, and he will return against Adrian Gray. Oh, against Conan Whitehead, I'm sorry. He's not going to play himself. To see if he can finish on the same amount of points as Conan Whitehead for the day. It's a miraculous turnaround. But I'm sure Conan will try and make sure that is not the case. But will he have to
throw first?
Win against
Game
Adrian to get top spot? That's all up to Greg.
$81.
Now, of course, Darren can finish on 6 points for the day. He's had a very up and down time of it.
85. $60.
I said a little bit earlier today that if you could finish on 6 points, you will definitely be in with a shout tomorrow. Now, it's still possible
57.
that top spot in this table could be 6 points. And if that is to be so,
94.
every player is in with a shout tomorrow, which would make Friday incredibly exciting.
$137.
You might ask me what my highlight of today has been. It's not just the 3 double top shot that Greg Ritchie hit against Conan Whitehead to win by 4 legs to 3. It's the resurgence of Greg Ritchie today, the fact that he has rediscovered some form
62.
and has shown some real resilience. That gains my respect. He's almost massaging his inner Robert Thornton.
134. Greg,
Well, he's hit this week already, has Greg. And he hit it against Darren. He's not going to do it again.
60. Darren, you require 92.
61st. 2 double 18s. So he's not able to
56.
do the double-double act.
Greg, you require
Against
100.
the triple-double man. Only 1 tops required.
80.
Oh, and he doesn't hit it. Confirmed by our
Darren,
referee,
you
Owen
require
Binks.
36.
Double 9.
Game
And
show on
that
the
is a
first
vital
leg.
hold of
Darren
throw.
Beveridge.
It was only a 7-visit leg, but just to palm Greg off after having his chance is an important step. He now has the opportunity to break him in leg 2 as Greg
Second leg,
throws
it's Greg
first.
to throw first. Game on. $140.
This week, this is their
100.
4th meeting. And Darren Beveridge has had the measure of his mate this week.
76.
Monday he won 4 legs to 3. Tuesday 4 legs to 1 and 4-3 again yesterday.
66.
But overall, in Online Darts Live League action, this is their 11th meeting. Now I do believe that might be the most games head-to-head by any
45.
pair. It is currently 6 games to 4 for Darren Beveridge. So when you think about the fact that he has won 3
134.
times this week, he was actually 4-3 down in games to Greg before the week began.
76.
I think maybe that last dart did slip out of Greg's hands. You saw his reaction to it.
55. Greg, you require
Just get the feeling that this
164.
one is going to be close.
Correct.
79 scored. Leaves 85.
88. Darren, you require
95, sorry.
146.
My bad. At least Greg got it right.
58. Greg, you require 76.
Can he draw level with 76? I think he's more likely to hit this if he leaves tops, but he hasn't. Big shot.
60.
Oh, it's so close.
Darren, you require
But it's not there.
88.
So this now is a good chance to break Greg's throw. Double 14.
Game
Oh,
shot on the
look at
second
that.
leg. Darren Beveridge.
If you were going to put something on a plate and put it right in the middle and just a little bit north of centre, that's exactly where Darren Beveridge put that dart. It was so central, away from the exterior
Leg,
wires. A
Darren's
very,
up
very
first.
accurate shot.
Game on.
2-0 to him now. And now we have to look at what he could do with his leg difference. It is currently at +3,
121.
which is not a bad position at all. If you look at the
40.
other people who are challenging his position, Adrian Gray, for instance, is at -4. So he's a good 7 legs better off. If he gets a big win against Greg
40.
here, he's going to be out of sight of Adrian for today at least. Another one of his rivals
96.
in Paul Holloway. He's at 0, all square. But he's only got 2 points out of his 4 games.
134.
So looking at Beveridge's chances with this 2-0 lead and what he's done before, get the result here. He's going to be a big, big
25.
factor tomorrow, and he will fancy it because he's played better today than he has the last 2 days.
60.
I'm intrigued by the next game, though. I won't lie. Whitehead versus Gray. And if Beveridge does win this one,
190.
and Whitehead wins his game,
You require 146.
Whitehead will be the only person on 8 points going into Friday. Treble 18. Double 16. Oh, that's good. In fact, I'll rephrase. That is excellent. A 146 from him, and that equalises his best finish in all of 2021 Online Darts Live League action. I think he did it exactly the same way the last time. Brilliant 3-0.
Game on. $95.
Even though Greg's had a much better day today, he'll still leave the playing area today disappointed if he loses this match by a big margin. Averaging just shy of 80.
60.
But Beveridge has just been efficient with his 85 average, and when he's got to the doubles, he has found them. 3 shots hit from 5. But sometimes this does happen because he has a twist in his grip. When he brings the dart towards his jawline, he spins it. Sometimes he doesn't get complete control of the dart.
28. $59.
These players will be very, very used to this time slot as well. Through Group A, they did start at 9:30 AM British time. They will do so again tomorrow. And then they will tune in for tonight's session to see
65.
how other players get on their pal Jamie Clark, who had a very, very decent Group A, only just came up shy of the top spot on leg difference. He will have to start from scratch tonight. And he's up against some very, very difficult players in Paul
59.
Hogan, Mike Warburton,
Darren, you require
Lee Cox
134.
and Fallon Sherrick. Lee Cox is a bit of a dark horse for that one. Watch out as he returns
83.
for the first time since week 3 of Phase 1. And Darren is on the cusp of a 4-0 victory.
68.
And as far as points are concerned
Darren,
and
you
leg
require
difference,
51.
this is a proper... Ooh, I was going to say a performance, but that leaves 13. I think Greg is seeing the funny side of that, because now this is really tricky. Double 4 for the match.
47.
Now Greg is looking for 19s.
Greg, you require 126.
Got to go higher into the treble.
54.
And it's double 2
Darren, you require
for a final leg break of throw and a big margin.
No
And
score.
it's 4 missed darts for the match.
Greg, you
Hasn't
require
looked
72.
comfortable in the last 6 to 9 darts. Well, he's gone for 2 double 18s. He's been drinking from the same cup as Jose
32.
de Souza. Next thing you know,
Darren,
he's
you
going to walk in
require
with a
4.
shirt with his face on it. Double 2 again.
Game
Match
shot
start
out of
number
the
5
match,
gets it
Darren
done.
Beveridge.
He's shaking his head at the end of this one. But I tell you what, in about 30 minutes, when he lets the dust settle on today, he will feel very, very good about himself. He finishes with an 80 average. Decent on the checkouts. It could have been a lot better, but his points total and leg difference are excellent going into Friday. The penultimate match is Conan Whitehead, who, if he wins this one, will win the daily title, but he's got to beat Adrian Gray. Straight into this one then, as Conan Whitehead will try to be the first person to get to 8 points for Thursday in Group C. In his way, the conqueror, who has had a better second half to his campaign today. Can he cap it off with a 6th point of his own? Now, if Adrian can find the win here, it will make for a very, very interesting table going into Friday, because you would have Beverage, Whitehead, Ritchie and Gray all on 6. Only 2 can go through tomorrow, and that would create this 4-point gap to Paul Holloway and Parletti, who play the last game. One of them will get to 4 points. But just to make things a bit more comfortable for himself, Conan really, really wants this victory in response to his only defeat of the day against Greg Ritchie, when he was on the end of that Jose de Souza ending in match number 10. Well, when it comes to Adrian's day, it didn't start great.
60.
Then after that, it just got dramatic. 2 wins of 4 legs to 3 both from behind.
121.
He hasn't got a great deal of hair left, but what he has got left, there's a few greys starting to appear because he's made things really hard for himself.
41.
At times, Conan has played so well today
60.
that he looked in a class of his own. But we haven't seen him in a little while. Not since week 5 of Phase 1, which is a little bit of time ago.
100.
So his darts fitness of playing 5 matches in a day, it does come into question. I saw him maybe 20 minutes ago and he looked very fresh and very ready.
92.
But the shoulder, the arm, even the legs sometimes, they need to get used to the amount of ocky gracing that you would do on a day like today. Tomorrow will feel easier than today, regardless of how much work you've done.
45.
Conan has got the darts after only delivering 9 so far. But for the first
58.
time today, Conan Whitehead is not on top. He is now second. So Darren Beveridge will win the daily table if Adrian wins this match.
85. Conan, you require 170.
Both of them have a crack at it. We haven't seen one this week. I
98.
think he'll be disappointed that the second dart came up short.
Adrian, you require
He had the power
170.
to put a second one in there, but it just came up short. Adrian's not going to get it either.
42. Conan, you require 72.
As it turns out, Conan gets the best approach. 36 for 36.
36.
Gets one of them, but the other one, the bigger segment, is not hit.
Adrian, you require 128.
The focus will remain on the 18s here. But no longer can he finish this leg. Look how central that bull is. Centre hole.
70. Conan, you require 36.
When a dart's that good,
Game
you need
shot
to
the
admire it.
first leg.
Just like that
Conan
one, which
Whitehead.
gives Conan Whitehead that valuable break of throw. Can he use it now? And you just don't know with this tightly packed group. If things do bunch up tomorrow, leg difference could come into
Second
play.
leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
We've just seen Beverage win by 4-0 against one of the people in this table who are going to contend tomorrow.
55.
By getting that 4-0 win, it could play a huge part. Oh, how much Conan Whitehead would crave a 4-0 here.
83.
Now, if he did that, his leg difference for the day would be +9. The bad news for Adrian, if that
45.
happened, is his would be -8. That would really put him in trouble.
$140.
That's what Conan requires to stay in touch. Now he has to switch.
41.
Interesting that he chose to use the 18s there. Maybe the 17s was the more prudent shot.
45.
But earlier in the campaign, I was proven somewhat incorrect with Paul Holloway's 118 checkout on the bull. I still think it's the wrong way to go.
92.
He got it. The temperature has been rising in the UK today. It's getting up towards 26 degrees, which in England is tropical.
97.
Some of that heat may be permeating the studio as we see a few beads of sweat on the arms and the brows of the players.
58. Adrian, you require 136.
6 darts from here. Surely 19s now. I see that as a tactical error from Adrian, and I don't say that
82.
very often. He's left on 54, which is a very decent approach, but if he'd have gone to the 19s with dart 2 and got a single, then he got the 57, he would have left tops. It's easy for me to sit here and say that he could have done this and he could have done that. It's a lot more difficult in the heat of battle.
43.
Consequently, the village of Battle is just up the road from him.
Adrian, you require 54.
He lives in Hastings. I wonder if there's a town called Of in the middle. That is not what he wanted. He did this earlier. Double 16.
22.
Now if Conan takes this,
Conan, you require 106.
this will hurt. But you just get the feeling that
85.
Conan is starting to tire a little bit.
Adrian, you require 32.
If I were him, I would say to myself, I'm not happy with 6 points. I'm not happy with just 3 wins. He'll be hoping he's back for 82.
60.
And he is.
Conan, you require 82.
Simple 25-17 and tops. That's what you're thinking to yourself, but now things are more difficult. 45 for double 18. Favourite double.
46.
But gave it too much Michael Jordan.
Adrian,
much
you require
air.
16.
It's never a good thing to explain your own jokes. Double 8.
Game shot on the
In she
second
goes.
leg. Adrian
And
Gray.
Adrian Gray is not happy with that leg, but you've got yourself 1 in the column, and it is a 1-1 in this match. It's a little bit flat, this one, but we can't overemphasize just how important this is for the table overall.
Third leg, it's Adrian to throw first. Game on.
It's not often you get a 24 dart. In fact, I think there was a 23 dart break of throw.
$60.
I can't say I'm surprised to see these two tire a little bit at the end of this session. We haven't seen Adrian in quite a while in competitive action.
58.
There's been no challenge tour. People are only just this week going back to live action around the world, and especially around Europe.
100.
So getting that competitive practice, that competitive action against other people in the same room. If you're not in the Online Darts Live League, you might be struggling to
100.
find some. One thing we will have, I can tell you, after week 5, where we will crown the first
83.
Champions Week winner, in the second batch, we will have qualifiers from Modern Amateur Darts.
100.
Spots made available in qualification tournaments. Go to the Modern Amateur Darts website or Twitter page for more information on that. But whenever we've got the confirmed
98.
qualifiers, we will let you know who they are. They might be people that we know absolutely nothing about. They could be familiar faces. Just another evolution
58.
of the Online Darts Live League in 2021. Not
Adrian,
just a
you
closed
require
shop.
160.
We opened it up to everyone. He
83.
did the right thing there, going for the 60. He did have the option of going for the treble 16, but based on Conan's position, I think he did the right thing.
41.
Even with the amount of grip on Conan's darts, I think he's
Adrian, you
struggling
require 77.
with the feel of them in this match. It seems to me like Adrian's got things going his way. This is a dart for a 2-1 lead.
Game shot on the third leg. Adrian Gray.
And sometimes you just have to get the win. Now, I said earlier, when he lost his first 2 games, if he came away with 6 points today, that would turn a bad day into a great day.
Conan to throw first. Game on.
He's getting close to a great day.
100.
If you're just joining us and you don't know what these guys are actually playing to get through to, 2 players from this group will go through to Saturday night's finals. And at the finals, yes, it's about getting the weekly win, which Martin Adams and Colin Osborne have already done in this phase. But it's all about getting in the top half of those 6 players. That's the aim this week. If you do that, you will be back a week on Monday.
85.
Depending on your position, of course. Whether you're first, second or third.
180.
In your particular weekly finals. We've just seen the first 180 of this match. And it's come from Conan.
140.
He almost got another one back to back, like buses.
You require 98.
But a draw level at 2-2.
$58.
Didn't even think about double-double. That's the point where you don't do it. You don't have to.
$59.
Right there, Adrian had an opportunity of 18 and 25 to leave 170, but I think he thinks this leg is gone.
20.
He was wrong.
$52.
Turns out he's left himself on something quite favourable in 122. Will he get more mistakes from Conan?
Game shot on the fourth leg.
The answer is no.
Conan Whitehead.
And the walk to the board is a little bit languid. It's a little bit like he wants to squint at the board and have a word with himself. Well, if he does, get it done and try and do what other opponents could not do to Adrian Gray from this position.
Game on.
And that is put him away. Darren Beveridge was 3-1 up on Adrian and lost. Paul Holloway was 3-2 up on Adrian and lost. This is usually the phase of the game where Adrian is strongest. Now, if this playing room is a little warmer than usual because of the climate, there is one player in this field that should be able to handle it more than anybody else, and that is Adrian Gray. Some of the tournaments he has participated in and won around the world are some of the most humid countries on earth. Places like Malaysia,
92.
Hong Kong, Japan. All these soft tip venues where you go outside and it is ridiculously hot, humid, That's something he's been able to do
100.
most of his adult life. So if it is a little bit warmer in here, I think he is the better conditioned player for this.
95.
Playing in Australia was rather interesting back in 2008 and 2009. We often say that you can't put the air conditioning on because it affects the darts. So if a tournament started at 9:30 in the morning, you'd leave it on till 9:29.
59.
But I've played in some places like Punchbowl in New South Wales and a place called Broken Hill in western New South Wales, where the heat gets up to the mid-40s. And inside with no air conditioning on, playing darts, your dart shirt better be breathable.
45.
Some of the players were wearing singlets, and I don't blame them. I'm
100.
not sure anything will ever come close to the Czech Darts Open that Jamie Hughes won, where the temperature on stage was measured at 66 degrees Celsius. That was, without a doubt, the most uncomfortable tournament
59.
I've ever commentated on.
Conan, you require
It was a great tournament,
112.
just very uncomfortable. $60 needed. Got to power it through, and it didn't quite make it.
52.
Now, Adrian should be using the 17s
Adrian, you
here.
require
That's his usual plan.
134.
102 with the first two darts to leave double 16 to stay in the southern hemisphere of the board. Should stay on the 17s here. 60 to leave tops.
54.
And he needs a mistake from Conan.
Conan,
This
you
is a
require
great
6.
time to strike. Break here, and then you will serve it out in the next. That's the ideal plan.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
Very, very
Conan
good.
Whitehead.
The thing about double 10 is if you get the line right and you throw a half-decent dart with the line right, you are going to hit it. You saw that the weight of the dart was well under on the tops, but the 10s was good for a 3-2 lead.
6th leg, it's Conan to throw first. Game on.
Talked a
41.
little earlier in the session about how everybody who knows Conan calls him Co. Just imagine if he was playing against Stompy. It would be Co versus Co.
46.
I do believe Co Stompy is still around in the Netherlands, commentating and being a pundit for TV. What a character. Just one more solid leg for the day.
81.
That's what you're thinking in Conan's position here. One more solid leg, one more 15 darter. That's probably what I need here. Finish the day on 8 points. I'm top of the tree. Come back tomorrow. Pick up 6 points. And I'll be safe for the finals on Saturday night.
24.
Easier said than done. Now, if Adrian Gray wants to find another
81.
win from 3-2 down, he's going to have to start motoring from here.
Six.
I do believe that these two have only ever met once. They haven't met in Online Darts Live League action, but they did play last year on
92.
the PDC Home Tour back in August of 2020. That could well have been a Bank Holiday Monday. And a very hot Bank Holiday Monday as well.
44.
But on that occasion, it was 5-3 to Conan. That is a bruising 140. That should guarantee at least 4 match darts, because you don't envisage Adrian getting a maximum here unless he can conjure up some magic. So Conan is going to get 6 darts to take care of 66.
58.
So the chance of getting 2 6 points
66.
for Adrian dwindling by the second. He can't believe it, but it's double 18.
30.
He will return. Just goes to show that this format is not a sprint, it's a marathon. That was a very tired
99.
little grunt there from Conan after those 2 misses at double 18.
36.
He's going to sleep well tonight,
Game
as he has now hit double 9 and gets a 4-2 victory. He is the number 1 from this group. He played like it earlier. He has struggled to his 8th point after his only defeat to Greg Ritchie, but I think overall he was the best player. Adrian Gray will come back tomorrow and will need to improve if he is to get himself in the top 2. But Dave Parletti and Paul Holloway will bring a close to our action in Game 15. Themselves. If Holloway wins by any margin, he will occupy 4th position. But Parletti would have to win by 4 legs to 1
81.
to jump both Holloway and Adrian Gray.
$121.
Dave hasn't been able to pick up a victory since match 1, where he beat Adrian Gray by 4 legs to 1. It was a somewhat
40.
confident display. Since then,
Dave, you require
he has lost by 4 legs to 1 to Conan Whitehead, which, let's face it, most people have lost to him today. But he's had the better start in this one
25.
over Paul.
$60. Dave, you require 110.
Treble 18 should be the target.
43. Paul, you require 160.
This has been the highest finish of the week since game 2 of day 1. It has been equalled by
41.
Jamie Clark, who hit it on Tuesday.
Dave, you require
But since
67.
then, nobody seems to have scared it. Single 10 maybe for double top to take the first leg.
27.
Pulled very wide towards the 5, but
Paul, you require
if
190.
you are going to pull it left, pull it high. That one makes sure that Dave has 3 more darts at tops.
87.
Tops it is for Parletti.
Dave, you require 40.
Double 10.
20.
Didn't really scare it. Throwing from the right-hand
Paul,
side
you
of the
require
yockey,
32.
you would feel that double 10 would be comfortable for him. And Holloway, who has been poaching legs off people all day long,
No score.
misses his chance at this one.
Dave, you require 20.
Getting closer.
Game shot on the first
Close
leg.
enough. And that's his
Very
first leg in a
solid.
little while. He had a very off performance in his last match, but he starts a little bit more sprightly in this one as he takes a 1-0 lead over Paul Holloway, one of his challengers towards the bottom of the table.
Second leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on. $41.
First match tonight, when we return at 10 p.m, will be Paul Hogan against Lee
45.
Cox. Jamie Clark returns against Fallon Sherrick in match 2. And then Mike Warburton will start his campaign at around about 11:15 tonight.
140.
So a late start for Mike. But a lot of people fancy that Warby's going to have a good Group B. So don't miss that later.
70.
Whoever loses this match will finish bottom of the table today. But it has to be said that even at bottom place in a 2-day group,
140.
they're not out of it. Things could flip around. We've seen Greg Ritchie, for example, only win 1 match in a 48-hour spell on Tuesday and Wednesday.
25.
He came back and won 3 today. So imagine if you just win 1 today and then 4 tomorrow, you might just edge your way into the finals.
22.
Seems like Dave has fixed that dodgy stem that he had in the last match.
60.
And one of the flights came
All you
out
require, 158.
before it even hit the board. That's happened to us all at some point. Now, Holloway missed a 158 in his last match against Gray. It was for the
98.
match. That could be the most costly dart of his group. Because if he'd hit that
80.
and he won this match, he could have finished the day at 6 points.
All you
Best he can do
require,
now
60.
is 4. Double top. Double 19.
28.
Decides to split it. I don't blame him, considering the last time he was on double 19, he hit double 7.
60.
He's on a very favourable looking double 16 now then. Double 8.
Game shot
In
the
she
second
goes.
leg.
Not without a little bit of an
Holloway.
assist there. There was a bit of Harry Kane action going on there. Little flick on and into the back of the net for a 1-1 scoreline in this best of 7 match. We're down to 5 legs left potentially. Who can take the impetus
Delegates
in leg
Dave to
3?
throw first. Game on.
That'll be the first of maybe
13.
25 more Euro 2021 references over the next couple of days. So if you're not a football fan, please turn away. But then you can turn straight back.
140.
What do you think's going to happen in Group B? By all means, get in touch on social media. You can see the Darts Live League address in your bottom right-hand side of the screen. All of the social channels are there: Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram.
22.
Of course, today's social feeds dominated by the Greg Ritchie 120 checkout. Who does he think he is?
121.
Can't say I'm surprised, really, because let's face it, it is International Portugal Day, so why not do something a bit Portuguese?
125.
So maybe that's the thinking behind Greg Ritchie's 120 out. I saw a tweet from the PDC earlier, and they put a little snapshot of that 120 checkout on their social feed. So maybe Greg got a little bit of inspiration from that, but I don't really think that's an excuse, because earlier in the week he tried it then and it didn't work.
45.
But today, a little bit of genius behaviour from the wee man from Scotland.
66.
66 from 199 to leave a horrible looking 133. And it's a route, I feel, on 133 that is never used
26.
when you're in an urgent situation, I might add.
All we require
Treble 19, 2
133.
double 19s. It's a very Keegan Brown way of thinking. But doing the traditional way
47.
is definitely the right way when your opponent's on 270. But let's say your opponent's on 40. Why wouldn't you try that? You could go 57, 36 tops, or 57, 2 double 19s and keep everything in the same area.
All we require 86.
Double 16. Still double 16.
54.
Still double 16. A win in this match for Holloway, and he will equal his best day, which he has done twice now. Yesterday
140.
and a few weeks ago.
All we
He
require
had 2 wins
32.
in the day. He's had his chances today. Can he take this one? No, he can't.
Correct.
And that leaves 25. And it also leaves
60.
an opening for Dave Parletti at 70.
Dave, you require
Take
70.
this. It will be an unlikely steal on his own throw. I'd like to say that's an isolated incident, but that's
30.
twice today he has missed a single by being too zealous
All you
on
require,
the power of the
60.
dart. Double 4.
Game shot on the
That
third
is a very
leg.
good dart,
Paul
and that is a
Holloway.
breaker throw for Holloway. So his quest for 4 points is going in the right direction. Dave Parletti, who has not been the best player today, could wind up at the basement if he doesn't get his finger out.
Fourth leg, it's Paul to throw first. Game on. $85.
It's very conceivable that Paul Holloway could have won today's table. You think over some of his other games. Yes, he won 4-0 in his
22.
first match. That was a good performance. Not the best average, but a good disposal of his opponent, you could say. He then lost 4-3 to Darren Beveridge. He could have won that
96.
match. He was never really in contention with Conan Whitehead. It wasn't a great game. But he didn't really get to the match point
60.
because it was 4-2. But he could have beaten Adrian Gray. And he's more likely to win this one. So it is conceivable that he could be throwing now to equal
121.
the total of Conan. He might have lost out on leg difference, but the small margins, very,
26.
very small margins in some of his games have cost him very valuable points. Could well be the difference between not playing on Saturday and playing.
Yes.
79 left.
$132.
There you see the old school counting. Not many younger players these days use treble 13 for 79, whether their opponent's on a finish or not.
27.
They just don't use it.
All you require 67.
And I can understand why. Should be 10 for tops. And he's keeping me guessing.
35.
Because he went treble 13 to leave tops there. He's gone 18 for double 16 on that occasion. It's like he doesn't even know what his favourite double is or which one he wants to leave.
22. All you
Well,
require
maybe he's had a change
32.
of tactics because he has had a lot of misses on tops today. And I
Game shot
suppose
on
that
fourth
makes
leg.
sense because a 16
Oh,
darter
Holloway.
there, the best of the match so far, puts him in a very, very strong position. And I did say that he was wiring tops a lot earlier, so maybe the change of tactics was a prudent move.
Fifth leg, it's Dave to throw first. Game on.
Well, what are you
60.
doing 7.5 hours from now? You can go away and enjoy the rest of your day, maybe enjoy the rest of your working day, have a bit of dinner, spend some time with the family, and then come and join us tonight.
32.
We are live on Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom from 10 o'clock. So you can watch us on your smart TV too.
85.
Indeed, via your smart devices on the go. Or in accompaniment to anything else you might be doing. Via the Online Darts YouTube channel.
63.
We would very much enjoy your company as we have a very entertaining group tonight as we see the Queen of the Palace come back. It will be my first chance to see Lee Cox.
120.
I've heard good things about him, and I'll be fascinated to have my own opinion about the way he throws and some of his tactics. So time will tell as to what my opinion is of Lee.
60.
Very unfortunate fall on the floor for Dave in the last visit to the board. He's left an impression on the dartboard because of it.
100.
That's a bit better.
80.
Well, Holloway, if he's going to stand any chance
Dave,
of coming through this group,
136.
I really do believe that he needs every single leg he can get his hands on. Unless he pulls out a couple of really, really big wins tomorrow by 4-0 or 4-1.
22.
He might be in a bit of trouble. But if he can sneak this one 4-1... Again, evidence that Paul
98.
Holloway's tactics aren't
Dave, you
that
require
accurate. He's left
114.
168. Should have gone to the 60 with dart 2. And then he could have stayed. But it didn't matter. A really good conversion of 114 for Dave Parletti. But we see a little bit of tactical unnouse from Paul Holloway. And then we see some execution brilliance from Dave Parletti. So it's 3-2 now.
Game on.
I think I may have just made up the word unnouse. I think the word I was looking for was
42.
ineptitude. When you've been up against some of the
66.
players that I know from Belgium, Germany, and the Netherlands, and particularly in North America, you see how they count. You understand
80.
that you cannot waste one dart in an entire match. Never mind a leg, in an entire match. And that's why I jump all over tactical errors, because they will cost you.
60.
I've seen some of the world's best players from years past not evolve their counting and tactics.
27.
And they have been bitten for it. One of the best compliments I can pay James Wade is that he didn't used to be a very good counter. He used to ask the referee
29.
a lot, what he had, what he'd scored. But over the course of time, he has learned better tactics. And one of the reasons why he's still at the top of the game now is because of that.
28.
So if you want to get better as a player, you have to get prime tactics and execute accurately every single time. Do not waste one dart.
36.
I think that one's in.
100.
It was, because that one wasn't. 3 very well thrown darts. Needed the 140 to leave.
45.
170 to potentially take us to a 7th leg. Still Holloway who leads the charge here and definitely is now.
140.
Great 140. He now knows that he'll be back for 84 in the match.
$95.
Dave gets his tactics right and does eventually leave
All we
170.
require 84.
Really?
Yes.
That can't have been on purpose. He's miscounted. And he's proving my point
68.
because I can guarantee
Hey, you
you
require
that that was for double
170.
14. That was not for the single. It's somewhat serendipitously left himself on double 8. What is it about leaving double 15 in this match?
All we require 16.
Double 8 for the match then. In she
Game,
goes,
shot
and a
on the
very
match.
valuable 2
Paul
points
Holloway.
go to Paul Holloway. A bit of an afternoon to forget for Dave Parletti, but Holloway has fought his way to 4 points. We've had a blast today. We really have seen some of the best stuff from Conan Whitehead. You can see at the top of the table there, he leads with 8 points. He does have a couple of challenges for that top spot, but it's all about the top 2 tomorrow. Who will make it? But as far as Group B is concerned, in 7.5 hours' time, I'll be back in this seat. Will you be joining me later to see the likes of Sherrick, Lee Cox, Paul Hogan, Jamie Clark, and Mike Warburton? I hope you can join us then, because we will be back from 10 p.m. on Sporty Stuff TV in the United Kingdom, and of course on the Online Darts YouTube channel. See you at 10 p.m. Have a nice day.